Hey. What's good? Hello. Hey. How's everybody doing? The mic is really loud, huh? That's probably be better. Maybe a little here. Okay. Oh, maybe a little bit lower. Hey. How's everybody doing? Everybody having a nice day? Enjoying your Wednesday, hump day? I was gonna say you sounded different for a second there. I think it was just really loud. I don't really think my mic settings are fucked, but we'll see. I just kind of plugged everything back into my computer, so it should be the same, but we'll see. The first hey sounded like a different person. Well, I also kind of had some like phlegm in my throat, so I think that that's partially why. What's up? Thoughts on the Apple Music Top 100 albums? Not many thoughts on it. I actually haven't seen it. I've been seeing people post about it. I probably wouldn't have as many opinions about it because I just not really much of a music person. I saw a movie earlier, likely thing for me to do. This is shocking news. Ronnie, hello. Hello, Ronnie. Good to see you. Is it a bad list? What's the like top 10? Apple Music Top 100. I'm not going to go through the whole 100, but I'll go through... Yeah, here's the top 10. So... Okay. Great. Can we do this? Yeah? Great. What is this one trying to be? So it says these are the top 10 of the 21st century. Which is Lemonade, coming in at number 10, released in 2016 from Beyonce. This was a great album for multiple reasons. The first reason was that it was a great album. The second reason was because I don't think any woman has ever responded to being cheated on in such a effective way. I would hope, you know? Like, it is Taylor Swift, but in an entirely different font. Good album. I remember where I was when I heard it. I was on the way to a Beyonce concert, which was fun. Listened to this album on the whole drive to a Beyonce concert. Didn't know that this album was coming out when I bought tickets. So great choice by me. Number 9, Nevermind by Nirvana. Probably one of the most iconic album covers. Don't know a whole lot of songs on it except for the obvious ones. Came out in 1991. Smells Like Teen Spirit, I think is a classic. Nirvana for top 10 is fair. Back to Black by Amy Winehouse. This is a great album. Really pivotal album for her. Back to Black is a great song. This album is full of a lot of songs about her ex-boyfriend and also her battle with drug addiction. 2006. Amy Winehouse was amazing. There's a great documentary about her on Netflix, I think. That's worth watching. Amy Winehouse is a very sad story. She desperately wanted to get clean, and nobody around her wanted her to get clean because that meant she would pull away from the music industry. Her dad, her partner, all utilized her and sucked the life out of her. And didn't really, they didn't care if she got clean, if it meant, her, you know, they didn't want her to stop making the money, basically. I heard the biopic that's coming out about her is ass. Really? It sucks. There's a new movie coming out about her. Yeah, the documentary on Netflix is real good. I don't know about the new one. Good Kid by Kendrick Lamar. I don't know this one. 2012. This one, actually, I'm seeing this for the very first time. The movie is really bad and disrespectful. Ooh, that's yucky. Well, I hope it does terribly then. Great album. Yeah, never heard it. Probably have heard a couple of... I know Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe. That's probably one of the first Kendrick songs I ever heard, to be honest with you, if it was 2012. Songs in the Key of Life by Stevie Wonder, 1976. You know, kind of amazing that all of the these albums that we've come across so far have been fairly recent. 1976, Stevie Wonder. Again, another album that I'm not super familiar with. Not a front runner Stevie Wonder fan, but Stevie Wonder's an icon, so. Blonde by Frank Ocean. I'm not surprised about this one at all. I think that this album was really impactful for a lot of people. I mean, these albums that you just know what the cover looks like exactly. Yeah, this is a great album. Frank Ocean's great. Frank Ocean's really interesting. He's an interesting person. The way he navigates being famous, basically. He kind of just will come out with music and then just like how often do you see Frank Ocean at anything? Or, you know what I mean? Like, he's so famous and is nowhere. Evils, thank you for the 2 years. He just doesn't exist. It's actually kind of amazing how relevant, like, he just doesn't exist, you know? Disappears into thin air, makes some music, poof, gone. Evils, thank you so much for the 2 years. You guys could actually in your bio write anything and I probably would thank you for it. You'd be like, wow, 5 years sub to Samwitch. And I'd be like, thank you for the 5 years. Because I would just parrot it. Purple Rain by Prince. You know, it's one of those that I recognize that this is a good album, even though I don't know any of it at all. I haven't really heard a whole lot of Prince. It's before my time and not really my genre. But 35 years sub. Thank you for the 35. Thank you so much. Abbey Road by the Beatles. I am a Beatles disliker. I don't like the Beatles, and I'm so sorry because I think that like the Beatles is one of the most iconic bands of all time. But when I hear the Beatles, I kind of get the ick a little bit because maybe it's because I've heard them so much that I'm just like, it's like if you ate a ham sandwich every day, you know, and then didn't, and then somebody gave you a ham sandwich, you'd be like, whatever that feeling is, you know? Beatles haters rise up. That being said, some of the music that the individual members of the Beatles have made, I've liked. I saw a post hating on that song that Rihanna and Kanye and the guy from the Beatles. It's embarrassing that I'm forgetting his name. Hating Paul McCartney. Yeah. I love that song. The 4 or 5 seconds. I thought that was a great song. I like some of Paul McCartney's music. I don't like the Beatles music. Don't like it. I went to see the Beatles. It was like the Beatles mashup with Cirque du Soleil and in Vegas once, and it was mid. Thriller by Michael Jackson. I actually didn't know that was the name of the album. This album has probably some of the most recognizable songs of all time. Kind of insane. You're telling me a bunch of bugs can play instruments? They used to be called something else beforehand that was like a really unsavory name. It was like a type of beetle or something. I can't remember. And then they changed to the Beatles because it was, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, like Thriller, Beat It, Billie Jean, Human Nature, PYT. You know what I mean? Those are some of the biggest songs of all time, and they're all like right in a row. It's kind of insane. And number one, wow, actually, this is crazy for number one to be a album that I don't know. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, 1998. Never heard of this. Whoa, maple syrup with the 10 bomb. Stop it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I thought it'd be Queen or something. There's a lot of them that aren't on here that I would have guessed. I kind of now want to see the whole list. If you like R&B, I like R&B when I hear it, but I never seek it out. Where's the actual top 100? Can I get it in list form? Here we go. Music 100 best albums. Thank you, Maple Syrup. It's really nice. I really appreciate that. I wouldn't say it's the best album of all time, but it's goated. Music 100 best albums. Welcome to 100 best albums, our definitive list of the greatest albums ever made. Okay, well that's a little bit of a different wording there. Coming in at number, it's funny to be the last, but still you made it into the top 100, you know what I mean? Miseducation was her only solo album. Oh, got it. We're gonna go through these very, very fast because I'm not a music person. I'm actually not even gonna go through all of them. I'm just gonna pick out the ones that I know. This is great. I'm only like picking out, yeah, Travis Scott, you. Lord, that's great. Usher, Confessions, okay, we'll take that. Tyler, the Creator, probably will be in here again, maybe. Back in Black by AC/DC, okay. I used to have this CD. Lady Gaga. This album I might have owned. I owned this one. I have a feeling that Eminem's gonna be here in a couple times. Let's see. Tupac. Arctic Monkeys. Rihanna. This is a good album. This is kind of a recent album, I think. Guns N' Roses. Kate Bush. That one song probably pulled this one up. Beastie Boys. Drake. Take Care by Drake. We don't like Drake, but that was a pretty big album at the time. This album. I've seen this album on so many t-shirts. Beyonce by Beyonce. Radiohead. The Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd coming in at number 28. Wild. Kanye. I want to go top 25. Because surely we'll know these ones. Dr. Dre. Taylor Swift. Taylor's version coming in at number 18. This Adele album was pretty iconic. Fleetwood Mac at number 10. And then we already went over those ones. There's a bunch of them that weren't on there. The Wall, I'm surprised by Pink Floyd. Which ones do you feel like are surprising that aren't on there? Because there's a bunch that I would have guessed, but maybe not. Kanye higher than Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, kind of shocking. It's interesting. I wonder what their ranking system on is. You know? And 5 more? Wow, thank you. Thank you for the 5. What the heck? What's the Yoshi song? What's this Yoshi song? I don't know. What is it? What is it? Kid Cudi, Man on the Moon. Great album. I went through a really pretty like heavy Kid Cudi phase when I was in like high school. I'm pretty sure I had smoked weed for the first time. I've seen Kid Cudi in concert 3 times. Yep. Nope. This much. All the girls stop to feel like this. Few times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that. I'm just timing him out for 1 second. I was just using a bunch of Yoshi sound effects. The farting noises. A prayer from Kid Cudi is fire, yeah. Violet, thank you for the sub. I wonder why it specifically tells you that. You know what I mean? It says like Vanity of Violet just continued their sub from Prime to Tier 1. It's like, I don't know. It's like just have it the normal way. Hot take, El Camino by the Black Keys. My favorite album of all time is A Fever We Can't Sweat Out by Panic! At the Disco. Love it. No Springson, thank you so much for the 7. Wow. No thank you. It's so like blatant, you know what I mean? Like they didn't even No, no, caught in the crossfire. Oh no. Astray. No, caught astray. Violet, come back to us. Funny. There's a very exclusive club of getting timed out on accident, and now you're a member of it. Did she get untimed out? Or does it not tell me that? Sam!
This much, all the girls start to feel like this. Few times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that.
Who dare? You got caught in the crossfire, sorry.
Fuck me!
Ariel! Khaleesi. Thank you so much for the prime. Khaleesi. I just flashed back to high school thinking about that album. Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones of all time. I'll say it a million times. I've never been like a gigantic music person, but yep. Anyways, what did you guys get up to today? Today's stream is gonna be literally just talking shit and whatever. I'm in the mood to watch crime. We have Hannah, bless her heart, got me a bunch of crime YouTube stuff. So we're gonna watch crime, and I don't know, it's kind of nothing burger content, like it's just react content, but I love it and you guys love it, and I have something planned for Friday that I'm kind of mentally cooking on, so I just thought we'd just do that today. And then before that we're just gonna hang out and talk, like do whatever. Yeah, we're gonna do crimes. So watch Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. How many times a week do you think you go to the movie theater? Like, at this point, financially, would it be worth your time to, like, get a house with a movie theater in it? Like, if you saved all of the money that I went 3 times, yeah. My SSD died today, so I had to buy a new one at Micro Center. Ooh, I got a new SSD that I have to install, but I'm nervous. So I'll be doing that. Also, hi Harry. Watch crime and do crime. True. Opinion on the chili peppers. Like the red hot chili peppers? I like them.
Be by Cody. Watch crimes.
I'm the milkman. My milk is delicious.
My brain. I didn't even, by the time I saw it, it was too late. Be by Coda, do crime. Exactly. Have be gay, do arson. I have a subscription, so I don't spend money on a ticket, actually. Oh, smart. SSDs are about as simple as it get. You don't even need to mount it. It's just a 2x5 inch. Yeah, I was kind of back and forth between getting an SSD and a hard drive, because I know that hard drives are cheaper for more space, but they're slower. But I've been doing this a lot lately. Like I've been doing it all day. Like just, I don't know what's going on. I can't like stop it. Stimming, I think it's, yeah, something. It might be like a stress reaction. Yeah. It's annoying because it was a random purchase today. Yeah, that sucks because then you have to go back and, yeah. No tick unlocked. Well, I don't have Tourette's, so it's not that, but I think it's a stimming thing. I don't know. I just have been doing, I've noticed it. Like I noticed it. I was driving today and I just was like, and I was like, why did I do that? Like, it's just been happening. Hard drives are cheaper, but they don't last as long, and SSDs aren't that expensive. Also, hard drives you can damage like physically. Like obviously an SSD you can, but like hard drives are like, they can get like shaken baby syndrome basically, like, and SSDs, you can't do that as much. Oki's stretching today. Oki had the worst farts today. I don't know what happened because she never has bad farts, so she must have gotten into something.
Smiled.
Clearly blessed. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. You can fuck up a hard drive with a magnet. Yeah, so I ended up getting another SSD. It's like 2 terabytes or something, so I'll throw that on. I just need somewhere to put, like, you know, I do a lot of editing. I have a lot of things on my computer that you would imagine a content creator has, and I'm at the point where every time I want to play a new game, I have to uninstall another game. So I can only have like one large game on my computer at a time. And then as soon as I'm done with it, I have to uninstall it so that way I have space for stuff. I'm at that like Tetrisy moving stuff around phase. Checked up on a hard drive and with another hard drive. I fucked up a hard drive with another hard drive, like getting them too close. I just looked over, my cat is glaring at me, so if I die, you'll know who did it. Tell Cersei it was me. How much storage do you got? That's wild. Probably like 2 terabytes. Not that much. Brody made me take the leap to get my nose pierced as a guy. Did he? How was that for you? It's kind of weird, like, he doesn't come off as somebody that would have a nose piercing. Like, if he didn't have one, I feel like I wouldn't. I don't know. But I like it. I think it looks good. If you lay the drive right next to the other drive, the vibrations will fuck them up. Oh. Yeah, I have an SSD in there, so I'll toss the other one in there. I gotta clean it out anyways, so I think I'll probably wait for like a warm day, and then I'll take it outside and I'll clean it out. I need to order some compressed air, do the whole thing. Yeah. He doesn't. Yeah, not really. And he always fucks with it, so it looks like he's picking his nose all the time, you know? It's like he's just perpetually, like, picking his nose. Love all Aussies, even though I'm Canadian. Well, he's gonna be moving here. I mean, the visa's still not approved. It's kind of one of those, like, everyday, where, like, you know, we were talking about it last night, like, the likelihood of it getting approved is, like, really high, but it's still kind of, like, anxiety inducing, you know, because if it got denied, it would kind of be like, fuck, you know. But we were looking at places in North Carolina for him, and just wanting to I was wanting to throw up at the prices, because we were looking at like what I pay in rent and what that could get him when he goes there, and it was like, I was like, this is disgusting. Like, I don't even wanna. 10! I was gonna say the chances of the rare alert were higher, but that's not really how statistics work, because other people got them in. I'm trying to Pavlov her into hearing this song and getting excited. She's naked. She's naked right now. Sim! Fuckface. I live in Tennessee and North Carolina is so cheap. Yeah. I mean, no offense to anybody that was in North Carolina, but there's not a whole lot there, it looks like, so kind of makes sense. Pavlov my cat into doing a spin before I give him food in the morning. I taught Oki how to do a spin. She learned a new treat, or a new trick, which is exciting. You doing crime? Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? Have you heard about the experimental diamond wafer SSDs? They can store data in exabytes, millions of terabytes. You know, with you, I have to read it feeling like you might be talking out your ass here a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't even know what any of that means. And it could be anything. I think the point of it is not a place like LA. Yeah, I mean, when you're paying rent prices in LA, you're paying for everything that's around you and the weather. You know, it's not like it's a beautiful part of the country. North Carolina is actually great, but it's an acquired taste. Is it flat or is it like hilly? Or is there mountains? Like, what kind of biomes are we looking at here? A lot of mountains, like big mountains, or just kind of like one of the benefits of living in a not much going on there state is it's cheap and that's about it. Right, exactly. Aren't there going to be new disk-based media? Or is that crazy storage dense too? Mountains and ocean. Yeah, I forget that for some reason in my head, North Carolina is like a state or two to the west of where it actually is. Like, it's not a coastal state in my head. It's like 1 or 2 over. Asheville is a very cool city. It's next to the mountains. Cool. Depends on the city in North Carolina too. The vibe can be definitely vary. I think the only city that he went to Raleigh and then, you know, where he's going, but Raleigh's was just kind of like a nothing burger. I don't know. How are we doing? Definitely didn't get rocked by a Moira who racked up 18k healing. That'd be crazy if I did. That doesn't sound like you. Raleigh is not it.
I do swallow!
That's how you pronounce
Greedy
it too,
Goose
right?
Rage.
Lots of cool, very old brick buildings. Lots of brick buildings. Yeah, when we were looking at, we were just on Zillow and we were just kind of like, you know, brainstorming like what his money could get him. All of the houses are like brick, and I said this to him. I was like, all the houses look like a house you would see in like a crime documentary. Like, I don't really know how to explain it, but it was just like the most like East Coast brick looking house ever. I don't know. Fun to see the difference in architecture of houses between the East and West Coast. Yeah, I wonder if I could even like look that up. Difference between East and West Coast
All the girls stop to be
houses.
like this. Few times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that.
Because when you know, but I don't really know how to explain it. But it's like East Coast houses kind of have like a look. You know? Space Kid, thank you for the gifty. I wanted a chance of Gritty Goose. Did you get it? You just see a lot more older style houses here on the East Coast. Yeah, nothing on the West Coast as far as like, you know, the houses that we use now are new.
All the girls
Like,
stop
it's
to
pretty
be like
old.
this.
Are you guys all getting in? Are you getting the Gritty Goose?
Gonna happen like that.
Y'all better get a Gritty Goose for this.
This much.
30, thank you for the gifty. Cal, thank you for the gifty. Whoa to Gritty Goose. Gotta get the Gritty. Good night. Gritty Goose. Hi, welcome in. Among the prettiest streamers on Twitch. Okay, well. Listen. I got nothing to say. It's irrelevant. What up? Thank you for the gifty. More gifties. What else do we got? Oh, you know what I've waited to watch? Yeah, you have to tell chat they're pretty also. Peace. They need this. They really want to. They need to hear it. It's not Tuesday today. No. I was gonna hit on you, but then I read the rules, so goodbye. Okay. Good luck. I haven't watched this yet. Have you guys seen the trailer for the new Elden Ring DLC? Like, I know that there's been trailers out, but I guess they came out with like a new trailer.
Can never watch
Thank
the
you for
whole
the
stream,
8 months,
but
baby. I
done that.
appreciate it.
I will continue
I
to
appreciate it.
subscribe.
I didn't get the Gritty Goose. No, dude. No, dude. Yeah, I want to watch the new trailer. Maple Syrup, thank you for the 5 more. Hello? Thank you. I also didn't get the goose. Is it like a chance you get the goose or you do get the goose? Okay, Elden Ring trailer. I want to watch this. 1 day ago. Okay. There's a new one. Yeah, it just dropped. I haven't watched it yet. I don't think I'm gonna stream the DLC because I don't want to start a new game, and I just am not really like in the mood to like jump into Elden Ring. I'm excited to watch other people. But here we go. Why not turn off the video if it's irrelevant? Guys, I'm only relevant to the chat when they can see me and tell me that I'm pretty, but if they're not allowed to comment on me, then they don't want to see me. Women should not be perceived unless we can comment on their physical appearance. Okay. So if you feel like you might accidentally compliment me, please close your eyes. Do not perceive me. Women are actually here. This is better. Women are better to be seen and not heard. Okay. Anyways. I feel sorry for those that in chat that can't lip read. I feel sorry for those that can. So. That was too far. Wow, don't say that. Sorry. Here, watch this. Look at this with your eyeballs and your ears.
Peggy 16.
Okay. Maybe I'm too far in at this point. All right. What does Peggy 16 mean? Cuz it's been a long time of me hearing this before every trailer and not knowing what it is. Pegging 16 people. Okay, European rating system. European versions of our ESRB. So you need to be 16 years old to play it? Okay.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning.
Oh.
The seduction and the betrayal.
No. I'm not asking questions.
An affair from which gold arose.
What's she doing? Ooh, what is that?
And so too was Shadow born.
Yeah, what a way to start a trailer.
What followed was a war unseen.
What in the world?
One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor.
What are those things?
The tyranny of Messmer's flame.
Lots of fire. I wonder where this takes place, like, timeline-wise.
And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. We choose to follow. Will you walk with us?
Really touching grass. They know exactly what they're doing. 21st. That's very soon. That's really exciting. Wow. That's cool. I mean, maybe I'll play it off stream. I don't think I'll stream it because I just don't really want to be the 600,000th streamer that's doing Elden Ring, but I'd love to play it, maybe. The captions are off on purpose. I turned them off a while ago because I was checking to see if that plugin was what was crashing my computer. Because we were getting rid of one thing after another. So I have to add them back. Because I think I actually totally deleted everything. So I'll add them back next stream. Because I don't think that was what fixed it. I just like watching the lore videos afterwards, to be honest. Yeah, no, I do too. I'm the same. For years as a kid, I thought my birthday was June 21st, 1993. It is in fact in July. Oh, interesting. Stream Elements plugin is now crashing my OBS now. I don't know what mine is. And I fully wiped OBS and then reinstalled it like twice, and then I don't know. I'm just kind of at the point where I'm like, I just restart OBS and restart it, and I don't like that it happens, but whatever. It is what it is. Yesterday had no crashes at all. That was on my laptop though. It was on a different computer. Which is good because it just goes to show that it's the computer. I don't know what else it would be, but you know. Oh, thank you. The 2PC setup might be the way to go. No, it was a mess. It was a mess. I used to run a 2PC setup actually, and running a 2PC setup is only good to play games on. Everything else is so incredibly horrible. Like, it is such a pain in the ass to run a 2PC setup. Because if you have a tech issue, you don't know which computer it's on. Like, you have to figure out which computer it's on. Like, it is... You fix the one problem, and the one problem is games running shitty, but you add 37 other problems. Although, what I do know now is that if I need to run a particularly graphic extensive game, I can do what I did yesterday. It's a pain to set up, but I can do it. So, you know. Son does that. Yeah, I used to. I used to have a 2PC setup. I still have my second PC. And it was terrible. I could run in a game though. You know, like I could stream in a game. Mom found out recently that she's been spelling her name Spanish wrong for years. Her family from her home country found her OG birth certificate and had to change all of her government documents. Wow, that's crazy. Which computer is having issues? One of them for sure, especially if it's a sound issue. Like, having a sound issue is horrible on a 2PC setup because you're like, it could be there's infinite sources. Windows Sam would solve everything. God, I wonder what she's up to right now. How did we like the game yesterday? I've been having a blast watching people play it today. There's been a bunch of streamers that have been streaming it today. I think maybe they figured out how to get it to run okay. I have noticed that a bunch of people have been streaming it and it's stuttery, you know, it's rough, but we did finish it. We did it in one shot. It didn't even feel too difficult to do it in the one shot, to be honest, because it was so good. But it was great. I loved it. Yeah, Carolina is known for tech support. I know the parts I didn't miss when I went to see challengers. Yeah, shout out to Red Bull. Yeah. No, it was a great game. I thought that it was just absolutely beautiful. And I'm also really happy to have played it the way that I did. Like, I didn't try to... How do I say this? I kind of just dove right in. Like, I turned all of the alerts off, and I just was like, you know what? I'm not going to prioritize being funny streamer person. I'm going to prioritize getting as most out of this game as I possibly can. That the weird sports stream legitimately got you into some sport and you're asking how was the game last night? How about the team? How about that team sports? That Birdie's PC was struggling a little too, and that shouldn't happen with the 4080, so I'm wondering if there's some optimization issues there. He was playing it on Xbox, so it should have been great. I think he's supposed to stream the second one tonight. He went out and he bought an Xbox so that he could stream it. Wow. What the fuck is Automod even for? Like, what is Automod even for? You know what I mean? Like, how come Automod catches the most random shit, but then that is fine? Hi, Raiders, by the way. Welcome in. How's it going? GeForce drivers were being weird last night for a ton of people. Oh, really? Yeah. What's with the chatters today? I don't know. It's just weird, like, that is an experience that, like, you don't get in any other capacity rather than, like, being a woman on the internet, you know? Like, I'm just so numb to it, and it's, like, sad that I'm just, like, numb to it. I'm just like, oh, there's another person, like, wanting to say they want to essay. Like, that's okay, just another day. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. How's it going? Hope you had a really nice stream. Sorry. Sorry about the random intro. I had to allow Gaylord the other day, but that passed. What was the funny one yesterday? It was, someone said, I hate the white. Because I don't remember what they were talking about. I don't like white. Yeah. And then Automod caught that. It's a little sus. A little sus. It looks like a deliberate message to shame a community. I'm suspicious that all the people that put these messages in chat are not actually Indian. They just want to, like, create this bad taste in people's mouth. You know what I mean? Like, I would bet every single one of those messages are not actually from people from India. They just want to, like, create racism. Most likely. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just makes too much sense. Yeah. 100% red grapefruit juice. Yeah, I didn't even know that there was such thing as white grape juice until recently. What's the convo about? Oh, we just get, like, weird messages, first time chatters that just say all this, like, fucked up shit, and, like, Automod will grab, like, the most random shit and not let people type it in my chat, but then somebody will come in with just a crazy foul message, and Automod will be like, yeah, let this guy through. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he's cool. Get Twitch to track the IPs. I mean, you know, like, amongst other things. Yeah. Over half of Starbucks refreshers are all white grape juice. Really? Really? Redditors are leaking onto the rest of the internet after r/Goon Cave was banned. Was it? That is a shame. That is a shame. I wish I had any. I don't have any stories today. Nothing happened. I woke up late. I went and got my car from the mechanic, which was good. So I have my car back. Actually, kind of a story. I walked outside. I had to get an Uber to go get my car. So I walked outside and I was with Oki. So I had Oki on the leash, and there was this group of people across the road. I live in it's like a neighborhood. Like, it wasn't like a highway road. It was just like a neighborhood street road. And there was like 4 or 5 guys, and they were like, I don't know, dude. Just I immediately, being men, it was the kind of, like, group of men that I like just was, I'm like mean mugged them. Like, I like walked up to the end of my driveway and I was staring at them, and then they all like turned around and looked at me, and I had my I'm gonna not break eye contact with you until you break eye contact with me kind of look. And so I just like walked out there and I like stood at the end of the driveway and I just like looked at him because I was like, okay, you know. And they were all standing around the car and like talking shit or whatever. Okay, you don't have to say you love me because that's weird. And they were like, hey. And I was like, hi. And they were like, that's a nice dog. And I was like, yep. And they were like, what kind of dog is she? And I was like, I said she's a Catahoula. And they were like, oh, yeah, that's what I thought. And then they were like, you don't have to be weirded out. We live right there. And I was like, okay. And then they just kind of like went back to talking. Like, I think that they like totally picked up that I was like, you know what I mean? But it's like, what did they say? They said they said something like, you don't have to worry about us. We live right there. Or you don't have to like be afraid of us. We live right there. Or something like that. Something that you shouldn't have to say. You know, it's kind of one of those like, okay, well, why would you say that? Why would you tell me that? So then I just stood there until my Uber came, and then I got in my Uber, and the guy like that was driving my Uber was like, oh, I thought that I was going to have to pick that group of guys up. And I was like, nope. And so it was like the Uber driver, who was a guy, was also like, oh. Normal guys say, yeah, exactly. It was like, if you have to say you don't need to be afraid of us, then you already know that you're like kind of doing something weird. Yeah. Constantly within 100 yards of me, I'm very reassured. Right, exactly. Or groups of men are scary in general. It was like, okay, here's the situation. There's like 4 or 5 of you standing across the street from my house. You guys all are like turning around and kind of like looking at me. Like, just ignore me. You know what I mean? Like, realistically, like, don't even acknowledge me. Like, because now you're acknowledging me weirdly, and you're saying you don't need to be afraid of us. And I'm like, why would you need to say that? Like, stop. Don't talk to me. Mansplaining that you are incorrectly assessing the safety of a situation is so funny. That's actually like a really great way to put it that I didn't even think about. Like I'm telling you that you're not assessing this situation correctly, when inherently, as a woman, a group of men is intimidating and nerve-wracking. Yeah. Hellblade is finished already. Yep.
That's so many crimes.
And I want to give a big wholehearted apology. I was shattered when I figured this out. And I know why it happened. The VOD, the sound for the game didn't stay on the VOD. And I feel really sad about it because I was looking forward to just having that playthrough. And I know that there's VOD watchers that were looking forward to it. So I know why it happened. It just wasn't something that I expected to happen. So yeah. As a man, I would choose the bear. I actually thought about that exactly. And I was like, if I would have walked out my front driveway and a group of like 4 or 5 bears was walking down my road, I would have been less worried because I would have gone back into my yard and closed the gate and put my dog in the house and been like, okay, like, they're not gonna, like, it's okay, you know what I mean? Like, I would have been like, okay. Was Hellblade a one sitting game? I got it done in 7 hours. Yes. I got it done in 7 hours. And I felt very good about it. I didn't feel like I said I was going to one-shot it, and I wasn't like, like I one-shot it and easily one-shot it, and it was good. So I'd say, yeah. 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 You know, the bears are bears. Right, exactly. And it's like, maybe they would get a little bit intrusive and come through the gate, but if I go into my house, I think that, and you know what? I saw this TikTok that was, there was a bear that was kind of running at some people, and then this guy started running at the bear and yelling, and the bear ran away, and somebody in the comment said, the bear left when it was told to leave by a man or something like that. Like, see, the bear listened to a man when a man stood up for the group or something like that. And I was like it's such a interesting like metaphor that's just like, Josh, thank you for the prime, by the way. Yeah. The bear wouldn't try to memorize where you live, right? Exactly. I have a messed up parking situation where I have to park around the block, so walking home at 1 a.m. it was just me and a woman alone. I had to cross the street to make sure she felt safe, and she walked all the way around the front of my appointment. Walked all the way around the block to the front of my apartment. I had to own up to her and say, hey, I did my best to avoid you, but that's my door. Yeah, I'll like double back always, and I'll say like, at the same time, I can recognize that as a man, it can be probably really like frustrating to be like, I really, really want to make this person feel secure, but I don't have the experiences they have, so I don't really know what to do. I get that. I usually start running. Me running at a woman in the dark to make sure she understands that I'm not going to so she understands that I'm trying to keep her safe. Yeah. I just don't leave the house except for work, groceries, and gym. I don't really either, but that's just because I'm lazy. The gender was the determining factor in getting the bear to leave, not starting. Well, it's a metaphor, so it wasn't literal. I made a woman scream once because I could tell she didn't know I was there, and I'm naturally very sneaky because I shook my keys to announce my presence, but it worked too well. No. No. Did you take on a bear? Yeah, I think so. Pretty strong. Very strong. So anyways, that was kind of the only excitement of the day, is me like just standing out there and being like like just me being like, hello, I just want you to understand. Like, here's the thing, I'm not going to profile these guys and be like, oh yeah, they look sketchy, because great, that's not my job and I'm probably wrong. But the reality of the situation is I was like, hey, just so you know, you're a group of men standing outside my house, and I'm standing out here by myself, and I need you to understand that I'm uncomfortable. So whether or not you want to do anything about that, that's on you, but you need to know that, just so that, you know that. So that was just like the whole everything. You know, if he lived there, you're allowed to stand outside in front of your house with the group of your friends, you know? Like I'm not going to say like, oh, a group of 5 guys that doesn't look sketchy is allowed to stand outside their house when a group of 5 guys that does isn't allowed to. Like, that's not right. That's incorrect. But I just wanted them to understand that like the way that they were kind of like looking at me and stuff was like a little weird. It's just like, you're doing all this wrong. Is this feeling exclusive to the US? Well, I don't know, but when Brody was here once, he went to, I don't know what he did. I think he went to the store and stuff, and then he Ubered home. And when he got out of the Uber said, stay safe. And like, I wouldn't even have thought about that, but he was like, stay safe. And I was like, huh. I guess that is kind of a weird thing to say to somebody. I didn't really think about it. 5 guys, they should have been giving out burgers and fries. Maybe they were. Maybe I was just being an asshole. I have to take my earrings out because they're kind of hurting my ears. That's why you keep a sword on you? True. Great point. Stay safe. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I guess that is kind of weird. Like, I would never... yeah, true. I mean, wishing somebody safety is good, but it's a little weird. Is that something Americans say to each other? I would say it's less common than other things, but if somebody said stay safe, it wouldn't ping my brain. You know? I wouldn't be like, huh? Be like, okay, thanks, you too. Get home safe. That's true. Get home safe is better than stay safe. If you feel any better, I feel weird when a group of men stared down at me. Mostly it could be because I was a different race, not getting into the details, but they got me to check and see if my fly was open for some reason. That's the first thought I had. Why else a group of men stare at another man? Was your fly down? Or like an impending storm? True. Get home safe seems fine. Stay safe seems like, what do you know that I don't? Yeah, stay safe almost seems like a threat. Get home safe feels like well-wishing. Bye. Hope the sun doesn't explode. Hope nothing terrible happens to you for the rest of the day. Bye. It's like, okay. Thank you, but what? Happens in Canada too. Me and my girlfriend won't let each other get into a cab alone. Yeah, I share my location with like a couple of my friends like perpetually and my mom. But there's a feature on Uber where you can have it so that when you get in the Uber, it like notifies somebody and then tracks them, you know? I used to be safe. I used to be safe instead of love you with friends that are weird with I love yous. Yeah, I could see that. Stay safe when closing up tonight, cashier. Hope you stay safe. Why is my camera turning purple? Violet, you're turning violet. Hello? What's going on? I didn't change any camera settings. Literally, I haven't done anything to my camera. Why? Why? Maybe if I change the background color? I just changed the location. Oh, and my fucking thing is dead, so I can't even change the color of my light. I know I can change the setting in my camera, but I don't know how to do it off the top of my head. I guess I'm purple today. With something yellow making everything yellow. I moved the location of my camera and something must have fucked it up. If I do this. I don't get it. I don't know. Your phone dying is a common occurrence for you. My phone dying? No, it's not my phone dying. It's I have the bridge, the Hue bridge, which is what makes all of these lights connect to my phone. Again, it's a situation of sometimes when you get things that are too smart, they're more inconvenient. And so I unplugged it so that I could plug my laptop in yesterday, and now it's unplugged, so I can't change it. Hubris. Sorry. I bet. Hue bridge. What's it called? Phillips Light Bridge? I don't know. Something along those lines. It's great. Awesome. Love technology. Big win for us. Fucking massive. Anything else exciting? Anybody else have anything you want to share with the club before we watch some crime videos? I'm a little tired today. What's up, Blue Eyes? My eyes aren't blue, idiot. The Internet of Things is sometimes really stupid, like I don't need my toaster to connect to my Wi-Fi. I complain every day about my Elgato key light. It's too smart and it makes everything worse. Happy to be here, that's all. Good, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Getting close to finally finishing my master's thesis research. Oh, that's big. That's big. You got me on the Chapel Roan train. Did I? That's weird that I did that. That's shocking. Got locked out of my apartment because the key fob messing up. I needed to share this.
Hi everybody, it's Paul. You know, a lot of people ask me, after a long day of voiceover or writing
I think I've seen this before.
or doing all those creative things that I do, how do I relax? Well, like many other Americans, I come home and I pet my dog. You see, petting the dog is one of the most relaxing things you can possibly do. It releases a hormone called oxytocin, which reduces stress. Also, it lowers your heart rate and it lowers your blood pressure. Plus, people who pet their dogs are 5 times more likely to live longer than people who just have cats. Plus, the dogs like it so much, and it's a nice bonding experience. That's right. Good daddy's little boy. Daddy's little boy. Daddy's little boy. That's right. Okay, we're done.
Jesus, that is a crusty little dog. That is a crusty little dog. It's in the video of the guy yelling that he loves his dogs. At that, what the guy that on the news, it's like that. My brain is broken. The smaller the dog, the more the hatred. Yeah, I mean, why is it like that? Is it like little dog syndrome where like they feel like they need to like big dog the big dogs? Is that what's going on? You know? Chihuahuas are not dogs, they're furry demons.
Listen, you flea-bitten, lousy little hound. You know what I'd like to do? Huh? You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to take you out to the driveway and put you behind my car and back the car over you, huh? And just smush you.
Sometimes I will tell, don't say this to Oki, but sometimes I'll be like, you're such a little asshole today. You're being the worst. You're being the absolute worst. Sometimes you're just the worst dog, and you're being kind of a fucking asshole today. Like, you just talk to her in a nice voice, but you just tell them how frustrated you are with them.
Your guts over everything. And the only reason I'm not doing that right now to you is that I just washed my car. That's the only reason. Really?
So perhaps it is the context in which words are spoken that give them the power or meaning. I love you, dog! I just want to let you know how I really felt about dogs.
Oh, that's okay. Don't be frightened. I hate your guts. As soon as the camera's off, I'm going to strangle you. Really? No kidding.
Exactly. Uncle had a chihuahua, and if he lived to be like 19, they'd leave them somewhere high, and if you tried to help him down, he'd bite you, even though he stared at me to get him down. Yeah, I've seen so many videos of chihuahuas just like going fucking buck wild, like for no goddamn reason. I'll tell my dog's lovely. I'll take her back to the dumpster when she annoys me. Yeah, exactly. Take you back to the shelter. Don't ya? Take you right back to the shelter? Yes, just leave you there forever? Yes? Put you back in the shelter? Oh, you had really bad farts today. Kind of a bad dog for the farts. I can't say anything mean to her. Have a high five? Have a high five? High five? High five? Can I have a high five? Can I have a high five? Like, you just don't... Hey, high five? Can you put your hand in my hand? You just have to move it like 2 inches. Have a high five? High five right now? Never mind. Gassy queen. Yeah, I don't know what happened. We went for a walk today, and there was one part on the walk that I saw her, like, as she walked past like a pile of grass, she like grabbed something and then chomped a little bit. But it was like, I said no, and then by the time I said no, it was already gone. So I was like, all right. So maybe she ate something and it gave her gas. I don't know. Maybe a bug. I don't know. But she doesn't really get gassy very often, and I haven't given her like any bad food today. She might have grabbed, I mean, there's like infinite possibilities. Like, she might have found something in the yard. She might have just been gassy. I might have dropped something in the kitchen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she might have found something on the walk that 1 second I wasn't looking. Literally anything. Like mother, like daughter. Yeah, apparently. Maybe those dudes made her nervous. Maybe. Yeah. If you light a cat fart on fire on stream, you'd go viral. The internet's a lot for me today. It was the steak you gave her. I'm trying to think what I gave her today. We went to the coffee shop and they gave her a little espresso cup with whipped cream in it, but she's had that many times. Yeah. So, I don't know. Is it a full moon or something tonight? I don't know. I'm tired. It's being a woman on the internet day, and I'm tired. I have a threshold, and we're reaching a limit. They must be bots. The newbie chatters today are bugging me. I'm happy to not because it'd be time out for everybody. Yeah. It is a full moon? Oh, shocking. Tomorrow night is the full moon? Is it actually a full moon tomorrow? Okay, I have a dumb question for you guys. If I get a full moon in the US, is it the same for somebody like in China? Do they also have a full moon? Yes? It's the same. Okay. I couldn't like mentally figure out if that was real or not. Because the moon is actually chemtrails. Oh, okay. We all have one moon. Yeah, but I didn't know like if if it would be the same. I don't know, because like even in the same hemispheres, you know what I mean? It's like you guys have different summers and winters than we do, so it could be anything.
Me! That's so
Black Attack, thank you for the prime. Isn't it the next day over there? I have no fucking idea. Also, can I share a phenomenon that me and Brody have experienced that neither one of us can figure out, and we just don't know what happened? So, a year ago, we were convinced that our time zones were 8 hours different. And this year, there is no 8-hour difference. It's only a 7-hour difference. Actually, you guys are going to get confused because you're going to be like 8 hours. But the way that I do it mentally is I go 1 day ahead, 7 hours behind. So whatever that means, daylight savings. Okay. That's the problem, is that it's either 5 hours or it's 7 hours. There is no 8 hours. But it was 8 hours because I remember counting 8 hours for multiple months and being right. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't. And we both have just gone, because we both thought that. We both were like, I guess we were just wrong. Were you in a different state? No. Or we just counted wrong? But both of us did it. I think this is like a Berenstein's bear moment thing. Used to be 8 hours to fix it in a patch. I do it the opposite. I go add 2 hours and then flip AM to PM. Would it be different for me and you? Add 2 hours, then flip AM to PM. Yeah, that wouldn't work for me. It would be add 5 hours. I guess that would work. Yeah, it's about the same. No, I wasn't in Arizona. I just Google what time is in Australia. Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Not relevant. Not interesting. Yeah. Everybody was gaslighting you. That could have been it too. I could have been it. Was it during the 3 weeks where one of the US changed time and the other hasn't? One of us has changed time? Maybe, but it would never be 8 hours. You know what I mean? I just don't know what happened. Maybe I think the thing is like, we just didn't care that much. So at that point we were just kind of like, whatever. So I just never, you know what I mean? As a developer, time zones make my life a living hell. I hate time zones. I hate it. I understand that there's not really an alternative, but God, it fucking sucks. It's like annoying. I don't think I've ever been so affected by time zones since I've been streaming. Like, I didn't perceive time zones at all until I started streaming. And now I do some sort of time zone math almost every single day, because it's like there's people on the East Coast, there's people like, you know what I mean, all over the place that I have to perceive. China has one time zone for the entire country. It would be nice, you know, if everybody was on the same time, everybody's time was different. So it's like, you know, noon to some people would be dinner time and noon to other people would be middle of the night. But I understand why it doesn't happen like that. Because then one country would have to be like, we'll take the hit. This is why military time is better, easier to math. Yeah, I wish that America taught their people military time as standard, because military time makes a lot more sense. But it's one of those things where if you aren't used to it, it's really hard to flip over, you know? Like, I still have to do the math and all that stuff, but I wish that we didn't have AM PM. I wish that we only did it that way. 24-hour clock. Well, yeah, we call it military time in the US. I like booking flights with military time. It makes me feel better. I get so stressed whenever I book flights to Australia, because I'm always afraid that I'm gonna look at the time or date on the wrong country and like fuck up my flight, you know, even though they always have it local to wherever you are. I'm just always afraid that I'm gonna like need to leave on this date, but actually it's the day before. But I don't know. I also dislike the fact that countries do day, month. Oh, that can be so confusing. There's like a couple of months that you know you're wrong, because it'll be like, you know, military time is normal in Japan, and also if a store is open past 11 p.m. sometimes they use 24, 25 and so on. What? Evidently there's a counter in Austria for number of people who land there thinking they're going to Australia. Wow, that happens, huh? Can you imagine the fuck up of ending up in a whole other country? Some watches use radio signals to automatically adjust the time zone. Pretty cool. Yeah, that is cool. Another thing that was really hard for me to do when I was on my way to Australia is my pills, because so I take my pills at like 1 p.m., which is a bad time to take them, but it's usually like shortly after I've waken up. So I would take my pills at like 1 p.m. and then I would go to the airport. You know, usually when I fly out, it's like later at night. So I would get on the plane, and then I would have to do the math to figure out when I was supposed to take my next pill in comparison to the time that I'd have to basically be like, okay, I took my pill this date, this time. So then I have to go X amount of hours from that time, you know? And then for me, like, I have to take my pills at the same time every day. So I would have to wake up at 4 a.m. in Australia every day, and I had to take my pill. Like, I'd have to set a timer, wake up, take my pill, go back to sleep. Because it's like I wasn't gonna like adjust it for while I was there and then change it back. Because if you adjust what time you take your pill, you have to, like, you know, take it one time, then one day, and then go like maybe 30 minutes the next day, and then 30 minutes the next day. It's painful. It was annoying. It was annoying. I wonder if there's an app for that. I mean, you know what I did on my way there this last time? Because I knew I was going to have to take one of my pills on the plane, is I set a timer when I took my pill for 24 hours. And then it was like, when this timer goes off, I'll take my pill. And then when I get there, then I'll do the math, you know? Because I was like, I don't know, dude. Is it that sensitive to time? Yeah, birth control is. Especially what I used to be on. So I was on when it comes to pills, there's probably a couple different kinds. I've talked about this before, but the two that I knew of was there's ones that have estrogen and progesterone, and then there's ones that just have progesterone. And the ones that only have progesterone, the reason why I wanted to take those is because I was like, I mean, you know, kind of seems better maybe to not put more stuff in my body that doesn't need to be there. I don't know, maybe it's caveman brain, but whatever. So I was only on progesterone, and the estrogen regulates your period. So if you are on the progesterone only pill, you have to take it like within like 30-minute windows, and if you don't, then you might start your period, because your body will be like, I didn't get that little bite of progesterone, so I think it's time. The estrogen pills, which is what I'm on now because of all that like health shit that I was going through, estrogen is way more effective at regulating your periods. So now if I miss a pill, I can just take 2 the next day and I'll be fine. There's more of a window of grace. But yeah, I just started a new pill and the side effects are crazy. I've been on my new ones for 2 weeks now and I haven't really noticed any difference. But I've been on estrogen before and it didn't do anything. My girlfriend takes that and we've considered having me get a vasectomy and she doesn't have to deal with the hormonal side effects. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I actually looked at it because I was curious. Vasectomies are like not super intrusive. Like it's like a week and you're like back to business. Like I thought that it was like you can't sit for like ever, like you know what I mean? It's literally just like, yeah, give it a couple days and then give it like a week or so, and before you know, it's like, yeah, and insurance covers the cost a lot of the time. Sure, yeah. So, I mean, for me, like I take birth control pills. I started taking them because my cramps are pretty horrid and they regulate my cramps. So I would have to do something regardless. So at that point, it's kind of like, whatever. It's like a 30-minute procedure. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, like, it's worth a conversation if you are open to it, because it seems like if it's that easy, it might, I think most people would probably prefer to not have to be on birth control unless they need it for other reasons. So I don't know. I got a vasectomy and the freezing came out about halfway through the 15-minute surgery. I woke up, recovered 2 hours later because I passed out from the pain. That's a horror story. My contraceptive is being a Twitch viewer, and it's super effective, I'm sure. I can't take any hormonal birth control because of the risk of blood clots. Yeah, you know what's crazy is how high the risk of getting blood clots on birth control is, and they like don't talk to you about it. Like, it's crazy. If you read the pamphlet, Quinn, thank you for the raid. Like, if you read the pamphlet, it's like, yeah, you could die from this and this and this and this and this and this and this. I was like, what the fuck? I've had 2 DVTs without birth control, so they don't want me on it. What's a DVT? They'll figure it out on your own. They don't even tell you about it. It's crazy. Like, a lot of times they just don't. I know, birth control's so underdeveloped. We're living like cavemen out here. 1 out of 10 women no longer are attracted to their partners after coming on or off the pill. Huh? Deep vein thrombosis. Oh. They're the scary blood clots. Oh, scary. Yeah, that makes sense that they wouldn't want you to do that. Thank you. It's a nice sweater, but it's got all these little... I need to get one of those things that like goes bzzz, and then it bites all of the little pieces off. That's how my depression anxiety med combo is. You can die from so many things. Yeah. Okay. Okay, buddy. It sounds like you're projecting a little bit. Might be a bit of a self-report there. Did you know the 5 days of fake pills that let you have a period are only there to appease the Pope? It didn't work. Huh? The hormonal changes affect their attraction to their partner. It's a thing. Wow, that is going to terrify a lot of people. How is that so aggressive? I don't... It's weird. Moon. Full moon is freaky. The crazies are out. Jesus Christ. When I got off the pill, some food tasted different. That's wild. Interesting. I missed it. And somebody just being a little wacky. A little wacky. Elden Ring DLC trailer pulled the goblins out of their caves. I guess. I mean, it's probably front page combination with just being a girl, and then also who knows. I stopped taking birth control after like 12 plus years, and now I do the natural way and record my cycle through natural cycles. Honestly, the best decision I've made. I think that I would be really open to that, but I can't do that because if I get off my birth control pills, I have about a day a month that I'm crying, screaming, begging for mercy, laying on the ground in pain. And birth control stopped that from happening. Couldn't tell you why. Don't know why. Don't know what it does, but yeah. I got on birth control when I was in middle school because my cramps were so bad that I was incapacitated. Wonder how many times I've been broken up with because of the change of birth control. It was the birth control. Maybe. Yeah. I heard that one of the queens of England used to smoke hash for the pain of cramps. Yeah, there's other stuff too, but the problem is it's like you don't really it just kind of like happens and then you're just there. Isn't it kind of nuts? Like periods are kind of nuts. Like it's pretty brutal. It's like kind of metal when you think about it, you know? Like when you think about we kind of like normalize it, but then you like think about it and you're like, damn, that's fucking metal. Jesus Christ. We just bleed out of our bodies once a month. You know what I mean? It's like, okay. Sorry. And menopause sounds awful. Literally, there's like an intro and an outro. It's like if that wasn't enough, it's like Freebird, but in the shitty way. I heard eating raw carrots before your period makes you less cramps. You know, I'm not gonna put all my I don't know what I was gonna say. I work on an oncology floor and a lot of people have to go on birth control because of risk of hemorrhage. It's awful. Super metal, that's why men don't like talk about the idea women could be super tough, scared us, yeah. My ex has told me it isn't even blood, it's something else. Can't remember what she said. It is uterine lining. I mean, it's blood, but it's you're shedding the lining of the inside of your uterus. So it's tissue, yeah. Yeah, it's both. I also hate the shame culture around it. That always like boils my blood, you know what I mean? Like nothing will make me more upset than people like I can understand if you're squeamish. You can't help that. That's not your fault. But if people are just like, I don't want to hear about it. It's like, okay, well. If you don't want to hear about what vaginas do, then you probably shouldn't get near one. Off topic, that chair looks comfy. It's great. When I moved out of Oregon, I left all my furniture there for the most part. This chair, by and far, was the most painful thing to move. It is a terrible, terrible piece of furniture to move because it's round, it spins, and it's puncturable. Horrible, horrible thing to have to move. I'll bring it with me every step of the way. First crime night, what does it entail? So, what crime night is it meant for a 400-pound man? Honestly, probably. It's like, it's pretty like Like, I mean, look at me. Like, I take up this much space in it. I could put 2 of me in it. What was I gonna say? So crime night, what we do, it's not, I'm not reinventing the wheel or anything. I really like true crime, so Hannah will pull a couple of YouTube videos for us, and we sit and we watch crime together, and we talk about it. It's literally like not, yeah, it's really fun though. I don't know. It's just, it's one of those things that I did one day because I was feeling lazy, and everybody was like, that was really fucking fun. And so then I was like, oh, cool. And then people have been like, hey, when are we doing another crime night? And I was like, I mean, shit. You know, like what? Yeah, I'll give the people what they want. It's just kind of my, and also, by the way, yeah, Matt, please do. So there's a section of the Discord called Mystery Game, and I'm not going to tell you guys too much about this. I'm actually going to pause the music for drama. So there is a section of the Discord called Mystery Game. And what I said, if you scroll up to the top, I said, please post a photo of something that is within arm's reach of you. I'm not going to give you any context as to what this is for. You have to grab something very quickly that's in arm's reach of you. What are you picking? Post a photo of it. Due date is tomorrow by noon. So, I'm not telling you what I'm doing. Caitlin kind of knows, because she's going to probably have to help me with like a piece of it. But I'm going to basically craft a game for you guys pertaining to these photos that is going to be in the wheelhouse of D&D. And I'm not going to say that it is going to be like D&D because that's a lie. But I have constructed a game for you guys to play that is in the realm of D&D. And it's going to take a bit of prep on my hand. I'm going to have to work on it tomorrow and the next day. I think we're going to do this Friday. It depends. If I start going and I'm like, damn, I really want to put a bunch of effort in this, maybe it'll be a little bit later. But I think we'll be able to do it by Friday. But I'm not going to tell you anything about it. I don't want you... I will say, I don't want you guys to get weapons hyperfixated. Because you might be like, oh, post a picture in the Discord. It's going to be whatever our weapon is. That's not necessarily true. So I just want you guys to no thought, head empty it. I just want you to look around, something that's arm's reach of you, and post a picture of it. I'm going to try to include as many of these as I can. If it gets fucking buck wild and there's a billion of them, just know that some of them might not make it in, but that doesn't mean we won't do it again if you guys really love it. So, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I ran it by Caitlin and she said I was cooking. So, yeah. My wife was within arm's reach. Honestly, like, be creative. You know what I mean? Be creative. Because there is really nothing that is a win. Like, there is no item that is going to be a clear win. Because everything could have some sort of advantage in some situations. You know what I mean? Like, somebody posted a picture of a sword. Maybe that'll be great. Maybe that's going to be useless. Do we only get one each? Yeah. You only get one each, and it's not necessarily, like, for you. It's not like, you know... Befuddled has an Uncrustables, so that's Befuddles does this. It's like you brought that to the table, so then it's a part of the whole. My fancy brass armor may be enchanted as within arm's reach. Perfect, great. Might be helpful, might be worthless. Who's to say? I also sent off the VOD of doing the sports tier list to the editor. I know. Why are you gripping it so hard? It's like this is like the last Uncrustables in the entire world. Like that is the Uncrustable of all time. I'm making sure it doesn't escape. All right. Could happen. Yeah, Marcus is editing the sports tier list stream because I just thought that was really fun. I thought that that was a really good time. I had an absolute blast doing that stream. I don't know about you guys. So hopefully it comes out as fun in the YouTube video as it was live. But I want to do more tier lists that are kind of themed like that, you know? Yeah. It was very fun. It was very cool. Enjoyed it. Gonna play Hellblade 2 in a couple of days. Is headphones recommended like the first one? I would say necessary. Not just recommended, but a necessity. Finally, the power of the Uncrustable in the palm of my hand. Can I tell you guys something? I've never had an Uncrustable before. Never had an Uncrustable before in my entire life. Always wanted one because peanut butter and jelly sandwiches have been always one of my favorite things. Never had one. I should get some. They suck. Oh, never mind then. Buy one now. Should I order Uncrustables right now? I need hummus anyways. Why am I'm becoming like Instacart's like #1. They're so good. They're great. I could Instacart them and then like we could do a taster. Once you get one, you'll keep. Yeah, Uncrustables was the token antidepressant at my old job. Let's see. Uncrustables. Okay, what flavor? There's a Nutella one. Do they have a variety pack? View all 20 items. Let's see. They've got peanut butter and strawberry, peanut butter and grape, chocolate hazelnut, peanut butter and strawberry, and these peanut butter and grape, peanut butter and honey. Ah! If there wasn't so many, there's 4 in a box, and they're $5. What if I get peanut butter and honey, and then I also get Nutella, and then I also get peanut butter and strawberry? Thoughts? And then I get hummus too. Let's just see how much this is. My DoorDash person's gonna be like, what? This car guy's gonna think you're high out of your mind. Probably. It'll be $35. You know, that's actually not, you know, it's not like, we'll do a little taste test when they get here. Do you microwave them or do you just eat them out the gate? Okay, just kidding. It's $43. You know what? I'm writing it off. 35 for Uncrustables and hummus. Yeah. Let them thaw. Freezer or toaster oven. You have to let them air thaw. I feel like if they're coming from the grocery store, then they wouldn't be frozen. Can I put them in the air fryer? If they're frozen? I eat them cold but not frozen. Yeah, I feel like if they're coming from the grocery store, they probably won't be frozen, right? They'll probably be cold. They're from the freezer aisle. Can I like unthaw them in the microwave? Like the how to cook a frozen Uncrustable. Preheat the air fryer to 350 to 390. Place frozen Uncrustable in the fryer basket without overlapping. Cook to 5 to 8 minutes or until crispy. For frozen Uncrustables, air fry them to 7 to 8 minutes. Oh, easy. I don't think you're supposed to keep them in the fridge unless you eat them all fast. And thaw quick, I just had one. I've never had one before. I got all 3. So, why is my camera doing this? Microwave them like 20 seconds till thawed out. Okay, well, we have the chocolate ones, we have the peanut butter and jelly ones, we have the peanut butter and honey ones. And we're gonna do a little taste test, and we're gonna see which ones are the best. So, give it an hour. I'm excited. I'm gonna put that in the title. If anything, they're better a little cold. You don't like them warm? Crime night waiting for Uncrustables delivery to see if I like them or not. Uncrustables are the only thing I can never buy for myself, or I'll eat them all in one sitting. This is a horrible thing you guys have done to me, because not only do I have 1 box of Uncrustables, I'm gonna have 3, and if I like them, I'm gonna eat them all in the next like 24 hours. I need to start working out again. We gotta figure this out. How does one find happiness in life? You don't. It's all shit. What crime are we watching? Let's see. Hannah has sent us a couple of them. Do you have any preference, Hannah, or is it kind of... Let's see how long they are. This one is 37. That might be a good one to start with. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this one. Top to bottom. Cool. So the first one is, it's Explore With Us, EWU. And the first one's called The Disturbing Case of the Vanishing Killer. So, very mysterious. Very mysterious. Peanut butter is so much protein. Right? Exactly. And I had a salad for dinner. Why is my camera like this? It's like putting me in a fucking sherbet. What? The room doesn't... Why is it like this? Like, what's happening? It's never like this. Very crime-worthy stuff. Crime night on a full moon. No! I want to do an IRL stream where I go rollerblading. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Because I want to try my new rollerblades out. But I haven't done them yet, so... All the rich kids in my school growing up got Uncrustables at lunch. Yeah, I never got the cool snacks. Like, to be transparent, like, I didn't grow up poor. Like, my parents were just very, like, you know, very clean, like, meat, veggies, bread, you know, that kind of stuff. So, the random shit like that just wasn't it. But, let's see what the ETA says. We could do a Gamba too. It says it could be here in an hour. It says it could be here in 2 hours. We'll never know. Going to a skate park, they get full of people at like 1 p.m. and after. Oh, well, that could be good. Okay, so this is Crime Night. Crime Night means that we're gonna just watch these videos of like true crime things. The thing that I always like to say is, trigger warnings, there's heavy topics, you know what I mean? And also at the same time, you know, we like to get a little silly sometimes, but just don't be an asshole. Don't forget that these are real people. So I understand getting silly, but just be conscientious of that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay. Let's go. Hold on, let me put my headphones on real quick. Yeah, just don't be a dickhead, but also, you know. Anonymous, thank you for the gifter. I appreciate that. Thank you. Except for the cops, we can be mean to the cops, right? Yeah, of course you can.
Well, folks, here's my new backyard. Hay shed. You can't even see the house because of all the trees.
It's kind of a nice little backyard.
On Monday, deputies discovered 3 bodies covered in a shed.
What's up, Ewu crew? It's the Raven, here to share with you another shocking, interesting, or just strange, but very...
When did he start calling himself the Raven? Is that like a new development?
...true story. Today's story might just have the most insane twist I've ever heard. And what makes it so tragic is that none of the people involved could have ever seen it coming.
And I am back for another new video with my mom.
Hi.
Oh no, an influencer.
Today I'm going to be covering a story so chilling, it'll make you second guess every stranger you see in public. In 2017, the prime and really only suspect of a horrific and heartless crime vanished. And to this day, despite leaving behind a trail of clues, they've never been caught. I want to start by saying, if you know or ever happened to cross paths with this person, you should call 911 immediately. On June 19th, 2017,
and his name is Blizzbear.
police arrived at a quaint farmhouse property in Idaho to conduct a welfare check on its new residents. A 60-year-old man, his 47-year-old girlfriend, and her teenage daughter. They just excitedly moved into the home, but nobody had heard from any of them in several days. Something just wasn't right. When the first officer arrives at the ranch, he's immediately hit with a smell that stops him cold in his tracks. He knows exactly what it is before he walks in.
Every true crime thing I've ever seen, like, apparently bodies start to smell bad at like exponentially quick, like it's so fast. Like it's like immediately after they die, just like
Further, the smell of something rotting. There's a shed near the house, and that's where the odor seems to be coming from. So he radios in some backup and starts to make his way over to investigate. The closer he gets, the stronger the smell gets, and the sheer number of flies swarming around him increases immensely. He can feel in his gut that he's about to discover something he doesn't want to see. But he proceeds anyway. When he finally opens the door to the shed, sunlight shines through the crack and into the small storage area before him. There on the floor is a bright blue tarp, and it's draped over something, or rather, someone. As he pulls back the tarp, he slowly reveals the bodies of 3 people laying side by side, all of whom had been brutally killed and left to rot in the shed, likely for days. As it is essentially the peak of summer, the weather has sped up the decomposition process substantially, making it hard for anyone to determine who the deceased individuals are. Though it isn't hard for friends and family members alike to assume that owner Mike, his girlfriend Nadia, and her daughter Peyton are the corpses on their property. Seems like a safe enough assumption, right? But once authorities were able to identify the bodies, they were faced with a shocking twist that nobody ever expected. Told you so. While 2 of the bodies did indeed belong to the trio who occupied the home, one of them did not, which left everyone with 2 harrowing questions. Who was this mysterious stranger lying dead on someone else's property? And perhaps even more chilling, where in the world was the missing 3rd resident? As the puzzle pieces of this convoluted case started to come together, the victims' loved ones would come to one chilling conclusion. No matter how well you think you know your friends, you can never be sure what double lives they could be living. Let's go back to where it all started. By the time Nadia Medley was in her mid-40s, her 13-year-old daughter Peyton was her entire life. But the single mother often had trouble making ends meet after her husband passed away in 2014. She also sadly lost a child shortly after its birth around the same time. For a while, Nadia and Peyton were essentially all each other had in the world, but that was all about to change. You see, Nadia worked as a massage therapist.
I don't think that they've said which one was missing, have they? They just said that, like, there was 3 bodies, but 2 of them were of these 3, and one of them was not, but we don't know who, we don't know which one wasn't there. What's your guess? I'm guessing the kid, maybe, or the husband? The daughter. I feel like it's not going to be the mom. I don't know.
In Ogden, Utah, and she wasn't in a hurry to find love again so soon after being widowed. But sometimes love is spontaneous and just falls into your lap, or, in Nadia's case, onto her massage table.
Oh, okay.
In 2015, a charming man with immense presence and personality walked into Nadia's work in need of a massage. The man, who went by the name Mike, was undeniably striking to Nadia. Almost right away, there was a spark between the two. A connection that neither of them could seem to control, which of course is how their unexpected relationship started. Mike was a catch, a private pilot for clients who often needed him to fly all over the country at any given time. He made good money, was well-traveled, and just happened to be a divorcee of 10 years. It seemed as though fate brought Mike to Nadia's life, as the two were beyond perfect for each other. Their relationship started off slowly, though it quickly grew more serious as the months went on. From after-work dates to hikes with Nadia and Peyton, Mike demonstrated his commitment to this newfound love. After all, he knew just how much heartbreak Nadia had already experienced. He made his girlfriend's daughter just as much of a priority in his life, picking Peyton up from school, taking her on lunch dates, teaching her how to shoot, and building such a strong bond with her that soon enough, she started to call him Dad.
There you go. Awesome.
Hell yeah, brother.
Do it again. Keep pointing that way. Do it again.
It is like if you've never shot a gun before, the like kick of especially like that, like a revolver, like is very terrifying. Like it was absolutely horrifying.
Looking at videos of them adventuring and even having fun leg wrestling in the leaves, you can tell that not only had Mike become a father figure in Peyton's life, these two were the best of friends. Nadia's friend saw a dramatic change in the woman when she met Mike, saying that he was the first reason she smiled in a long time, that she had a constant happy glow when they were together. Nadia's loved ones followed her fairy tale romance through social media. The couple and Peyton explored nature together. They had fun at rodeos, went to baseball games, and no matter what, they had fun. It was clear to everyone that Nadia's new romance was flourishing. She made sweet posts like, "Went to Cheap Trick, Joan Jett, and Hart tonight, thanks to my ever-so-thoughtful boyfriend, Mike. Awesome day at the fair with my little family. Love you guys." After an impromptu trip to Yellowstone, she wrote, "Because my boyfriend is awesome. Love you, Mike."
Hi everybody,
she's a
it's me
vlogger.
Peyton. I am going to be like every YouTuber ever, and I'm going to make a vlog. We're going to Yellowstone right now, and how much longer do we have? Like 4 hours? Okay, yeah, 4 more hours.
She's got blue hair in the vlog.
Yeah,
She could have been a
it's
star.
a really pretty drive though. I'm happy.
But all relationships have their honeymoon phase, and according to Nadia's best friend, there was a little turmoil that started to brew as time went on. Apparently, Nadia asked Mike 2 or 3 times for help paying mortgage. After a few times of being asked, Mike firmly declined, saying that they were moving too fast and he couldn't do this. But Nadia was not buying it. She had seen one of his paychecks, which reportedly showed that Mike made $10,000 in a single month.
Richie?
Nadia knew that Mike made a lot of money as a pilot, and she didn't understand why he wasn't willing to help her out financially. This heated dispute became a point of contention and eventually led to a brief separation of the pair. However, their love was like a magnet pulling them back to one another in no time. Nadia texted her friend, "He told me separation wasn't making him feel any better. We really have a hard time being apart at this point." Perhaps the most difficult part of their relationship to manage was the frequent distance between Nadia and Mike. After all, Mike's work often took him far from home for a considerable amount of time, sometimes for weeks on end, which can definitely put some strain on a relationship. But as they say, distance makes the heart grow fonder, which is exactly what happened with Mike and Nadia. The distance and time, it seemed, had nothing on the bond they have formed. In fact, it had only made Mike realize that he couldn't bear to spend so much time away from Nadia and Peyton anymore. This once casual relationship needed to be more permanent. So Mike ended up purchasing a ranch in Caldwell, Idaho, and told Nadia that he simply couldn't let her think he wasn't ready for commitment. He invited her and Peyton to move in with him and promised the two of them anything they wanted. Open fields, horses, dogs, rabbits, anything to make them happy and allow them to live a full life with him. Nadia's status updates captured her growing excitement as this living arrangement went from a tentative idea to a concrete plan. Nadia, Peyton, and Mike were ecstatic to start their new life together. In fact, Nadia was so excited that she started to dedicate all of her time to decorating the ranch. Never in her life did she have so much space to work.
I have moments here and there where I'm like, you know what? Like, just having like a ranch would be kind of nice, you know? Like, just go off the grid. Just be a chicken farmer. Like, I feel like I could, there's a part of me that I feel like I'd like to have goats, you know? Like, I could see myself being a goat farmer. So much yard work. I'd hate it, but I like the idea of it. You know? Just like a goat. Make some cheese and shit. I don't know. My dad ended up going off grid like that and it really suits him. Yeah. I grew up with goats. They smell. You don't want them. They're cute though. I grew up with cows and chickens. Chickens make a lot more eggs than you expect them to. So if you ever get chickens, just expect to have a lot of eggs. And cows are really fun, but then you eat them, which is not that fun because, you know. Yeah. I'd love to have chickens. They're just stupid. I don't know. They're just dumb.
And she was beyond ready to turn the farmhouse into a proper home for her and her two favorite people. She started putting up fences around the yard and building pens, coops, rabbit runs, you name it. On May 10th, she shared this video of the expansive property, and it wasn't hard to tell she completely fell in love with the land. Notice the shed she pointed out in the background.
Well, folks, here's my new backyard. Kind of liking this just a little bit.
Oh, just
still a little bit of fence to build here. Dogs are the only thing that's grazing now.
I've never eaten quail egg
That
before.
will change. This is where the chickens live. Hay shed. Can't even see the house because of all the trees. Yeah, baby. We're loving it.
For both Nadia and Mike, they felt that they'd finally found their forever person. This was a new beginning unlike any other. It was a dream come true. It felt almost too good to be true. And unfortunately, that's because it was. In June of 2017, Nadia needed to take a trip back to Utah to pick up some of the horses that Mike had purchased for the ranch. Mike himself couldn't go pick them up because he had to work and wouldn't be around, so Nadia volunteered to do so.
Okay.
Except on the weekend of June
Sounds like a
9th,
cop-out
when
to
she
me.
was supposed to arrive at the pickup destination for the horses, Nadia never showed up. The worker she was supposed to meet decided to call her just to check in. Perhaps it was just a simple misunderstanding, or perhaps it was much more than that. When Nadia never answered the phone and never returned any calls, it became clear that there was something very, very wrong. Family friends of Nadia's and Peyton started to experience the same thing on their end, noting that they hadn't even heard from Peyton since June 6th, which was the last time she had sent them a text message. Peyton's friend Sydney started to grow more concerned by the day. Both she and Peyton were completely addicted to their phones. There was no feasible reason why Peyton wouldn't respond to a text or a call for this long. When no one could get a hold of Mike either, it felt as though the entire family simply vanished into thin air. So Sydney convinced her mother to step in and investigate whatever was going on with Peyton and her family. Together, the two called 911 and had someone dispatched over to Nadia and Mike's property to check it out and see if everything was okay. Mike's concerned relatives also called to request a welfare check, which brings us full circle to the authorities stumbling upon the unforgettable scene of 3 badly decomposed dead bodies.
Ugh.
You're probably wondering who those bodies belong to. Well, let's start with the odd one out. This is where things get crazy. Eventually, officers were able to get dental records back to identify the mysterious third body. It was a woman, and her name was Cheryl Baker. She is also an Ogden, Utah local, but although Cheryl had been from the area, she had virtually no connection to Nadia and Peyton while she'd been alive. So why was her body amongst theirs on the farmhouse property?
So it was Nadia, this Cheryl lady, and then Peyton, but the guy, the dad and the stepdad, was not one of the bodies.
Well, like I said, Cheryl had no connection to Nadia and Peyton. She did, however, have a connection to Mike. You see, Mike's real name is Gerald Michael Bullinger, and Cheryl Baker was his wife of 7 full years up until her sudden death.
No.
You heard me right. Cheryl and Gerald were married for 5 whole years before Gerald even started dating Nadia. Not only was Gerald cheating on Cheryl by starting an entire new family with Nadia, but the home where his mistress and her daughter lived in Ogden had only been 8 miles away from where Gerald had lived with his wife the whole time.
So he was married the whole time and then was like, oh, that's why he wasn't helping her pay anything, because his wife would notice that money was going somewhere. How do people do this? How do they do this? Like, when I hear stories like this, I am so bamboozled because I don't understand how people pull shit like this off. You know what I mean? Like, how? Genuinely. It's crazy. Live with other family instead of being a pilot. Oh, yeah. He's like, I have to be gone for a long time to go be a pilot, but he's just going home to his family. How do you build a whole ass other life? Yeah, I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand. I don't get it.
This, of course, is why it was so easy for Gerald to pull off living a double life. He could easily move back and forth between his two partners without raising any suspicion. You just can't make this stuff up. However, Nadia's best friend later admitted that she always found it weird that, despite the closeness of their houses, Nadia didn't seem to spend many nights with her boyfriend. She recalls Nadia only staying over with Gerald one time, but she figured that the man was just easing back into things since he said this was his first relationship in 10 years. I cannot stress how deceiving this man Gerald is. He literally could not get proper funding to actually buy the ranch he moved into with Nadia and Peyton, so he had Cheryl purchase the property for him, telling her that it would become their retirement home. In other words, the property Gerald lived on with Nadia was not even in his name. Cheryl had purchased it completely on her own. All the while that Nadia had been sharing excited posts about moving to the idyllic rural land, so too had Cheryl been gushing with colleagues how she just couldn't wait to spend her retirement in the beautiful countryside with the man she loved.
That's diabolical. So he made both of these women like move at the same time? Am I misunderstanding? Or like around the same time? Like he like brought everybody together so he could just... Wow.
Most notably, the ever-creative Cheryl, who loved crafting, taught art, and even made her own wedding dress, wished to turn the large shed on the farm into her very own art studio. So it's no surprise that Cheryl had wanted to see the property for herself in June of 2017. She had just retired as a teacher on June 6 after spending many years working at schools for the deaf and blind. Although she had agreed to stay behind and sell their Utah home while he was supposed to live in a trailer on the Idaho property by himself and fix it up nice for her, she suddenly decided to drive 5 hours to where the property is located. Excited
she was already
to pleasantly
sus. There's no way. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you decide to drive 5 hours to go see a property without telling your partner, like, you're sus and you're trying to, like, stumble on something. You know what I mean? Like, you're trying to...
surprise her husband with an impromptu visit. It was weeks before she was supposed to be there, but without a job to tie her down, Cheryl saw no reason why she shouldn't go reunite with her husband for a little while. Upon arrival, we can assume she was perplexed to find that there was a substantial amount of progress being done on the property, and confused when she saw a fully functioning home with a car parked in the driveway and animals running around. This was her property, and she surely hasn't been working on it. She probably thought Gerald was having some construction and remodeling done for the two of them as some kind of surprise. Perhaps Cheryl hopped out of her car and walked up the driveway, interested to see who was inside the house and what they were doing on her property without her consent. From here, we can only speculate what really went down on that fateful day. Maybe when Nadia opened the door, Cheryl's newfound suspicions were only confirmed when Nadia asked who Cheryl was, and the two realized they were being played by the same man. As for what happened after Cheryl and Nadia met face-to-face, the details are unclear. Presumably, the two women found out that Mike, Gerald, had been cheating on both of them with each other.
In the case
it's
of
likely that they were
8-month-old
both incredibly
Adonis,
frustrated with
you
themselves.
are the
Congratulations. Thank you for the child support. I appreciate it.
Each other, but mostly Gerald. And at some point, police assumed that Gerald must have discovered that the two women had found out about each other, unraveling his secret life. That's when officers believe he became violent, as his whole world came crashing down in an instant. It is alleged that he took out his anger on not only Cheryl, but Nadia and even young Peyton.
He actually just went on a
That's right. The three gruesome bodies on the property were tragically identified to belong to none other
That's
than
actually
sweet
kind
and
of wild to like 1v3. You know what I mean? Like that's like that's so wild.
considerate Nadia Medley, her innocent daughter Peyton, and Gerald's 56-year-old wife, Cheryl Baker. When the bodies of the victims were analyzed, it became clear that they had all three been shot in the head, execution style, before their corpses were discarded into the shed on Gerald's property.
Yeah,
In
just
addition,
leave.
while some of the animals on the property were
Like,
alive
they
and
don't want
roaming
you
around,
anyways.
such as a snake and some rabbits, several animals, presumably family pets, were found dead, including some birds and 3 dogs, who, just like the human victims, had been shot execution style. All of the specifics of how that came to
that's
happen
a
are unknown
monster.
by almost everyone.
What are the
Everyone.
animals gonna do? Who are they gonna tell? The fuck? Like, what? You think that they were gonna snitch?
Except Gerald himself. But he is nowhere to be found. Can you imagine how it must have felt for the victims' loved ones to find out they'd been caught up in one big lie this whole time? One of the things I found most bizarre about this case was the fact that Cheryl's relatives came forward to say that the whole time Gerald was having an affair with Nadia, nobody noticed any signs of him pulling away from his wife. They remembered him as a supportive husband who made time to spend holidays with the in-laws and go on outdoor family adventures. In fact, they believe Cheryl thought her marriage was absolutely perfect. Just the thought that Gerald was such a good liar that he could keep up this charade convincingly for so long is mind-blowing to me. On a similar note, one of Nadia's friends was so confused by the news reports stating that Cheryl was Gerald's wife that she reached out to the news channel and told them, I think you have it wrong. He wasn't married. It's safe to say that Gerald was extremely successful in pulling the wool over the eyes of everyone he knew. I think Cheryl's brother put it best when he said, I don't know what his plans could have been. Just pick one and tell the other to go home. You don't kill them. And that's another fascinating rabbit.
Like he was making like $10,000 a month, be like, hey, ladies, you guys actually can keep the house. I'm gonna just like fuck off because clearly, you know, I've made a mess of things here. So girl house, I'm out. You know what I mean? Never tried Uncrustables. They're hurtling towards me as we speak.
Hole of this case. What was Gerald's plan? Well, the first assumption might be that he always hoped to keep his two lives separate, but promising both his partners a new life in the same exact house was obviously a ticking time bomb. Cheryl's brother has speculated that the closest theory he could come up with was maybe Gerald was waiting for Cheryl to sell their house in Ogden, which was in her name, so that he could cash in on the money before leaving her for his mistress. After all, it is weird how much Gerald seemed to struggle with money given his seemingly lucrative career. I mean, I kind of wonder myself how much he was actually working. Both of his lovers were okay with him being away for weeks at a time because of his occupation, but since he had to fit in quality time with both sides, maybe putting in actual flying hours was low on his priority list. All the same, I really want to know what Cheryl thought when he saddled her with all the financial burdens of buying the new Idaho farmhouse. But what if the choice to bring his two lovers to the same area had a different purpose? That's right. Many people theorize that Gerald may have been hoping to start a polygamous marriage where his relationships could seamlessly merge into one family, or where Gerald could have his cake and eat it too. Still, I just don't know if he would take that big of a risk knowing both women would be furious at him for his infidelity and more than likely not open to the idea of sharing a husband. Yet another thing people have called into question is Gerald's religious views. There seems to be many conflicting reports. Nadia's best friend has stated that both Nadia and Gerald were very atheist, but Gerald and Cheryl were apparently dedicated members of a Hindu temple. What? Still, other articles claim that Gerald told Nadia he was a Mormon from Montana. I was able to locate some information that came from Gerald's first wife, a woman named Jackie Garcia, whom he met in the 1970s when they were both freshmen at what is now Brigham Young University, Idaho. He reportedly served his mission in Manila and then married Jackie at the Salt Lake City LDS temple. But from the very start, Jackie says she got a bad feeling about her groom, saying she knew it was a mistake as soon as she got home from the honeymoon. And the next 10 years of their union would show her his true colors. She said his deceptive ways were so extreme that you could catch him red-handed, God could be pointing at him, and he'd still lie all over the place.
I saw this TikTok today of this guy, and I don't know if you guys saw this. The girl, there was like water on the table, and the girl was recording him, and she was like, why did you do that? And he was like, you literally just did that. He was like, you just flicked water at me, and now you're recording it for views. And she was like, no, you, like, you know what I mean? And he was like, no, you just did that, and then you pulled your phone out and started recording. And then after the video, there was another video of a camera that she had, like, I don't know if it was like a security camera or like what, but it was like him, and he's sitting there, and he has like a glass of water in his hand, and he just goes like this at her and like flings the water at her. And then she was like, why are you doing that? Because it was like all over her like papers and like work stuff. And she was like, why did you do that? And then she takes her phone out to like record him, and immediately he's like, why did you do that? It was like, I've never seen that before. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of people maybe even in this chat that have seen that level of gaslighting. Like it was unreal levels, like just a full switch. I was like, what in the hell?
Jackie also reports experiencing physical abuse at Gerald's hands.
Yeah,
the first time she was shown the darkness hidden
crazy.
within her husband was during their very first year of marriage. They'd been arguing, and she found herself on the floor as Gerald loomed menacingly over her. She slowly looked up at him and asked, "You wanted to hit me, didn't you?" He said yes. Not long after that, Gerald allegedly did cross that line. Jackie says he would hit her once during arguments, and she would stop talking. It got to the point where she feared greatly for her life. Still, she tried to make it work, reaching out to the church and loved ones for help. But to her dismay, Gerald was so good at putting on a friendly mask to the outside world that nobody really believed her story. At this point, she had really tried everything. Counseling, a domestic violence hotline, even sending Gerald to therapy for batterers. But ultimately, their marriage would come to an end in 1988, after years of infidelity on Gerald's part, and he quickly began a relationship with the woman who would become his second wife. There's not much information available about this second marriage, but it is claimed that he left this wife to marry another mistress yet again.
Jesus.
That mistress would have been Cheryl Baker, his third wife, but because all who knew her attest to how pure-hearted and genuine Cheryl was, there's a pretty good chance she didn't even know she was the other woman in the first place. And with this background, we can understand why Gerald would learn Sanskrit and attend Hindu temple with Cheryl, while simultaneously connecting with Nadia as a supposed ardent atheist. His first wife explains, he compartmentalized. He was whatever way somebody needed him to be. And indeed, Gerald was Mr.
Hello,
Perfect,
Mertz.
Prince Charming for both Nadia and
Hello.
Cheryl. Unfortunately, it just had to be at the same time.
Raiders, we're watching true crime YouTube stuff, so I just want to put that out there. If that's not your can of worms, is how I'm gonna put it. That's what we're doing. Did encounter a gaslighter like this not too long ago. I've never experienced that. I think I've had more experience with people who have probably should have lied. I think I have more experience with people that I'm like, maybe you should have fudged that a little bit. Like, brutally honest. My dad is one of those people where he's like, my dad, one of the things I admire about him is my dad will never lie to you. He will never lie to you. Even when he maybe should a little bit. Like, he'll tell you exactly the way that it is. No sugarcoat at all whatsoever. So I guess that's my standard.
But had Cheryl suspected something fishy after all?
He is.
Oddly, the last text a friend received from Cheryl around the time she would have been heading to the Idaho property read, "Take care of my dogs. I don't know if I'm coming back."
Ooh.
At first, this wasn't too concerning, as the recipient of the message
that
just
not be
assumed
too
Cheryl
concerning?
had decided to take a backpacking trip with Gerald, as they were known to do.
Take care of my dogs. I don't know if I'm coming back. It's fine. I'm sorry. What?
But seeing this message with the gruesome context behind it makes me think Cheryl may have had an idea what was going on and was going to the home for more than just
That's
a
what I'm saying.
lighthearted
You don't just
surprise
get in
visit.
the car and drive 5 hours to surprise your partner. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that if you go and like surprise your partner somewhere that you're suspicious, but in that context, yeah, she knows.
But then again, many have raised the question, how do we know Cheryl's even the one who sent that text? Would her husband have used her phone to send it after her death? Personally, I don't think Gerald would go out of his way to send a text like that just to protect their dogs. After all, it would tip people off that something was wrong. And if the many dead animals found on the farmhouse property prove anything, it's that
wild.
Gerald doesn't care that much about preserving his pets' well-being.
That's wild to me, because it's like the dogs weren't going to tell anybody anything. You know what I mean? Like, if he was fucked up and smart enough, he probably could have even like used it to some weird advantage. But like, he just literally was like clean slate. I think he was like narcissistic, like cared about himself so much that he was like, I actually just want a clean slate entirely. Get rid of everything. Just everything.
However, CBS reported that the text was sent around June 11th, and authorities believe the crime occurred on the 8th or 9th. So with that in mind, maybe Gerald really was behind the odd message. But on the topic of if Cheryl suspected the affair or not, there's one last thing that really confounds me about this case: the social media posts. With how recent this case took place and how close Gerald's two lovers lived to one another, I just absolutely cannot fathom how he was so unbothered by Nadia constantly posting him on social media. I mean, there's pictures, videos, and posts where it's abundantly clear that Gerald was a part of this little family, going to concerts, rodeos, hikes together. Was he not worried that the friend of a friend might see one of these posts and then the whole jig would be up? Granted, it seems like Cheryl herself might not have been that active on social media, but it's just crazy to me.
I guess like in whoever's defense, maybe he just didn't really understand. Yeah, boomer Facebook. Like, they don't think about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not, you just don't think about that kind of stuff. So it could have just been like I don't know, like they don't understand how the internet works and how there could be like connections, whatever.
That Gerald wasn't more paranoid about how much Nadia posted him.
Yeah,
it would have just taken one mutual friend from Ogden seeing those lovey-dovey updates to expose his lies. However, it seems like Nadia just referred to him simply as Mike in her status updates, so I'm guessing that he didn't have a Facebook account to even tag, but still. Regardless, you want to know the most frustrating part about this investigation? Authorities believe that Gerald Bollinger had a distinct head start before anyone even noticed that Nadia, Peyton, or Cheryl were missing. In fact, Gerald had 10 whole days to start his life on the run before anyone was even looking for him, and he used them to his advantage. According to investigators, Gerald actually spent the first 24 hours in Idaho after the death of Nadia, Peyton, and Cheryl. Just thinking about the possibility that he slept in the farmhouse with the 3 dead bodies right next door in the shed is absolutely chilling. And actually, one neighbor told reporters that she had actually heard screams near the property in the middle of the night, around the time when the murders would have taken place.
I'm
but
sorry,
she didn't call
but like, if you hear anybody screaming, I can't think of a scenario where like emergency services show up and they say, hey, we got reports of screaming, and the person who was screaming, maybe if it was like not an actual emergency situation, gets upset. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, what the fuck? Like, worst case scenario, oopsies, like, when screaming in the middle of the night. Also, what mountain lions sound like. Yeah, but like, you know, you can hear screams, you'd be able to hear the gunshots too, right? That's actually a great point, unless you had the silencer on him. But I kind of feel like a farm guy would not have a silencer. I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I think
the police because she wasn't sure if it was an animal or a woman, and figured that a neighbor who lived closer to the farmhouse would report the strange activity if it was really serious. What's more, other neighbors would actually report hearing gunshots around the time of the crime. But then again, this was not really a big deal. The rural area was full of hunters and target shooters. I mean, we even saw that Gerald taught Peyton.
Like, I grew up in the country. Hearing a gunshot would affect me 0%. Like, there was gunshots all the time. It doesn't even trigger your brain. Like, you just, it's just the way it is.
So, of course, neighbors would assume the gunshots were from recreational use. Still, I think it's important to clarify that even though this property was technically rural, the houses are close together enough that I find it strange no one noticed anything weird. Perhaps the dense lining of trees that Nadia had looked forward to receiving privacy from was just enough to hide the dark deeds taking place there from any curious eyes.
You can't even see the house because of all the trees.
However, from the victim's manner of death, it appears that there may have not been all that much of a struggle that could have alerted anyone in the first place. It is believed that Nadia, Peyton, and Cheryl all died from a single gunshot wound to the head. This makes it seem like Gerald had the time and control to carry out a cold and calculated execution. But consider the circumstances. Whether Gerald was home when his wife met his mistress or he arrived home later to find the angry women waiting for him, it seems like the ensuing passionate argument would have been very chaotic. If Gerald had pulled out a gun, it's hard to imagine that the 3 victims wouldn't have tried to fight back against him. So how was it that they all died of such clean and precise bullet wounds? Some have theorized a scenario in which Gerald was already home at the farmhouse with Nadia and Peyton, when suddenly he saw Cheryl's car pulling into the driveway. Knowing that the jig was up and that he couldn't take on all three of them at the same time, perhaps he decided to take out Nadia and Peyton first, then waited at the door to surprise his defenseless wife with a sudden attack. Some have posited that Gerald could have shot Nadia and Peyton while they were asleep. I suppose this would make sense if Cheryl had arrived to the property late at night, and maybe that would explain the scream the neighbor heard. But ultimately, we just don't really know those specifics for sure. Investigators say that on the morning of June 10th, Gerald casually went to get breakfast in the next town over, in Nampa, Idaho. It seems like he wasn't even in a rush to get away, and apparently wasn't scared to show his face in public. I can just imagine him monitoring the news to check if the bloody crime scene he left behind had been discovered yet.
I don't know.
After enjoying his morning meal, Gerald was heading back to Utah.
Like they're making it really seem like the bodies were in the shed, but then like nothing else was. You know what I mean? Like there would be blood in other parts of the house, or like any, like, you know what I mean? Like there's anything else?
Once back in Utah, Gerald switched out his truck for Cheryl's car that had been having some maintenance done in an effort to throw investigators off of his trail. And finally, on June 11th, Gerald was seen on video entering the Bridger-Teton National Forest in Wyoming, which is the last known location of Gerald, as it was the last time police were able to track him. After some searching, authorities were able to locate Cheryl's car at an abandoned campsite, but Gerald wasn't anywhere to be found. At least, investigators think he wasn't. There are a variety of theories surrounding Gerald's current whereabouts. Amongst the most popular are the fact that he easily could have managed to hitchhike his way out of the national forest, and maybe even out of Wyoming. However, some people also theorize that Gerald could have just continued his way through the woods and taken his own life out of guilt. Canyon County Sheriff Kieran Donahue has even said multiple times that
when they talk about that, it's like I don't know whether to say like I fucking hope so, or whether to say like I hope not, so they can find him, call him a real shithead. Is the Windows activation normal here? I don't know what you're talking about.
His instincts lead him to believe that Gerald is dead, but whether that be from intentional self-harm or just exposure to the elements is up for debate. Some netizens have complained about law enforcement's insinuation that Gerald is probably dead. These online theorists point out that if he wanted to end his life, he probably would have done it in the heat of the moment, directly after the crime, instead of fleeing the area. Close friends of Nadia's believe that Gerald is far too egotistical to end his own life. One anonymous individual who knew Gerald for more than a decade quipped, "If you know about sociopaths, you know they're unlikely to kill themselves. He would have to feel guilty, and he doesn't have a conscience." I wanted to look a little into the actual definition of a sociopath, since the term seems to be thrown around a lot these days. The official consistent behavior patterns indicative of the disorder include the following: lack of empathy for others, impulsive behavior, attempting to control others with threats or aggression, using intelligence, charm, or charisma to manipulate others, not learning from mistakes, and lying for personal gain. There are clear examples of Gerald exhibiting each one of these criteria, so perhaps that title would be a good fit for him. Or at the very least, it can be said that he exhibited sociopathic behavior in many aspects of his life. Cheryl's friends even said the eventual husband and wife met on a plane, and by the time they landed, he had gotten her phone number, so there must have been something infectious about his personality. Too bad he used it to manipulate those who trusted him most. Law enforcement emphasized just how rugged the 3.4 million acre area he disappeared into is, saying that it is littered with grizzly bears, wolves, and coyotes. Gerald apparently has taught survival training in the past, but even if he was able to sustain himself for a little while out in the wilderness, he probably would have had to find more welcoming accommodations before winter fell. What's interesting is that many of his old friends actually theorized that he could have used his trademark charm and charisma to convince another unsuspecting woman to take him in.
That's crazy.
I'm sure if he's still alive somewhere out there, he would be going by an alias, so that's why spreading his photo around is so crucial. The sheriff has said that the evidence points to him still.
I don't want to say this, but like, if I look at that guy's face, I can name like 3 people I've met in my life that look basically exactly like that guy. Like, he kind of has a pretty, like, yeah, I don't really know how to pinpoint it. It does look like every generic middle-aged white dude. Yeah.
Still being in the country, probably within the West if he's indeed still living. But here's where things get even crazier. On July 20th, 9 days after Gerald entered Bridger Teton National Forest, a couple of workers from a recreation center reported seeing someone who looked just like Gerald in a tent at a camp spot less than 2 hours from where his car was found. Could Gerald have narrowly escaped being caught again? On June 28, the tip was received from someone who thought they saw Gerald driving south on Interstate 15 near Salt Lake City, while others reported possible sightings of the fugitive in Pocatello. Police dogs, helicopters, and infrared technology have all been employed in the expansive and intensive search for the suspected killer on the loose, but all to no avail. What's really weird is that one sheriff stated plainly that they collected evidence that indicates Gerald is dead, but he stands firm that they cannot be closed-minded in this investigation. I would really like to know what that evidence is that indicates he is dead, but it doesn't seem to have been made public. One of the most eerie things about this case is that Nadia's Facebook page has not been taken down, and so we can still read her final posts. They're like a time capsule showing a woman who is happy, optimistic, and totally head over heels for her boyfriend.
The concept of social media being like a thing that outlives people is so like dystopian to me, you know? Like when people die, how their like social media still is there and like everything is still like that. I don't know. It's very haunting. You know what I mean? Like it makes me like it's kind of
excited
uncanny.
For the future. In her very last post, she says that the last thing she thinks before going to bed is life is good, and affirms that she has found love. Before that, a photo of Peyton, a cute snapshot of Nadia with her dog, and a scenic picture of the rural front yard she loved so much. An even older post from 2016 is perhaps the most sad of them all. Nadia shares that she is a survivor of mental and physical spousal abuse at the hands of her late husband. She bravely writes, "I'm much better off now and definitely a survivor, and let me tell you, real people don't hurt others." About a year before the murders, she posted a photo of Mike and Peyton, writing, "Happy Father's Day to all the real dads out there, those who inspire their kids, who are there for their families, who take the time to make a difference." It is truly tragic to see just how much she had to go through already, and even then, she had no idea the monster that her boyfriend Mike really was. At the same time, Peyton actually had her own YouTube channel, and going through some of her old videos really hit me hard.
Hello everybody, it's me, Peyton, and I am back for another new video with my mom.
Hi.
So, today I'm going to be painting her face Galaxy. Comment down below what type of video I should be making next.
I'm sorry,
I have a very
but like
Please don't say paint your mom.
Just paint your mom.
That shit's
God.
never
Yeah.
coming off.
Not on YouTube, you won't.
Her last video shows Peyton sharing her New Year's resolutions for 2017, having no idea that her life would be cut far too short.
I just want to be able to, like, I don't know, have my own opinion more, be able to say stuff more. Like, if I don't want to do something, say no, I'm not going to do that. And with standing up for myself, also, being able to tell people when something's, like, hurting me and getting them to stop. God, I need to focus. Fourth thing is, I want to do more writing, because as I doubt any of you guys know, I love to write. I have stuff published in my school's book. That's really good. I might read it to you guys. Because it's like kind of a way to express something I love to do. Like, I love to sing, and that's what I do on that channel. I love to, like, write my own songs. Like, I just learned how to play guitar, so hopefully, like, I'm not great, but I can do stuff. And so hopefully I'll be able to do that more. But it's just, altogether, just doing things that'll make me happier. Do things that'll make you happier. Like, don't just sit here
the crimped hair
saying,
with, like,
you
the
know
flat
what, I'm
bill
gonna do that, and it'll be great.
The most like time capsule is like the crimped hair and then the zebra print in the background. Like zebra print in, I think this is like 2013 or something, it was big.
No, do something, actually do it. Do something that will make you happy. Do something that will impact your life for the better. If that's getting rid of some of the friends that treat you like
complete, then get them out. Get rid of them. If you want to go talk to that hot guy at your school that you've had a crush on forever, do it. Don't just wait for the right moment, because guess what? There will never be a right moment. We don't have enough time in this world to just keep waiting for the right moment, because eventually
weird, just like
we'll just give
what
up.
Happened, you know?
What we wanted to do won't seem important. We'll lost the interest.
Like she seemed like she
and
was,
we'll just live our lives not knowing, you know, that we did that. We'll just live our lives in the what ifs, and that's not okay. You need to put yourself out there, because we have one short life, and no matter what you believe happens afterwards, we have one life, and you need to live it the way you want to, doing whatever you want to do, not what other people want you to do. Live your life the way that it makes you happy. But just listen to me. It's more important to live in the now and live like we're gonna die tomorrow than live like we have 20 years ahead of us, or however many years.
Gerald Bullinger is really the only person of interest in the murder of Nadia, Peyton, and Cheryl, and needs to be located, dead or alive, as soon as possible. At this very moment in 2021, Gerald Bullinger is still considered armed and dangerous, and is very much wanted by the law. So keep your eyes peeled for a Caucasian male in his 60s who is around 6'1" and weighs approximately 240 pounds. From the last time he was seen, Gerald Bullinger has gray hair and brown eyes, as you can see in this photo of him. If you see him, do not approach him, but please call 911 immediately. And if you take one thing away from this story, remember that people are not always what they seem. And if something seems too good to be true, it just might be. Cheryl's brother has lamented, "I don't trust my own judgment on people anymore. I thought Mike was a nice guy. I'm not sure we would know the true story even if Mike were found." Now, I'd like to pass this story off to you. What do you think happened to Nadia, Peyton, and Cheryl? Why would Gerald remain on the run if he is not responsible for their deaths? And where do you think he is currently?
I mean, of course he's responsible. No shit, he's responsible. I wonder when, let's see, that video was posted 2 years ago, and I imagine he'd probably have a comment pinned or something if there was an update. What was his name? Gerald.
From this story,
Gerald Michael Bullinger. Gerald Michael Bullinger. Murder suspect still not located after 6 years. I feel like he's probably dead. You know what I mean? I mean, shit. I don't know. I don't, there's like a million things that could have happened. He's either dead or he's out of the country. Yeah. He probably is in like another country, to be honest with you, especially if he was a pilot. I mean, fuck. There's like 16 different ways he could have gotten there. Yeah. The Boise area. Maybe one of those cases where hikers found his bones in 20 years. Could be. Garcia, thank you for the prime. The police have possibly evidence of his death and not release it. I'd miss that part. We can only hope it buried him, like, really slowly. Like, maybe just, like, had a little nibble and then took a little bit longer, and then had another little nibble and then took a little bit longer, and then maybe had another little bite as a treat, and then took a little bit longer. Good vid. Bad, sad story, but, you know. Good vid. Okay, so this is his... I like this channel. I actually haven't seen this channel. This is a side channel of his. This is really good. I like, it's got a lot more visuals than the other one does. Are there any ones off this channel, Han, that you really like? Yeah, I've seen EWU before, but this is story time, crime story time, so it's like a different one. And this one has more visuals and less just, I mean, I like the body cam. I like the other one. I do. Are any of these good? Yeah, the body cam one is actually the one that I watch most often, and I thought was the only one. That's More story based and less interrogation. Yeah, which I love the interrogation ones. They're great. But these are good. Disturbing case of the horror killer. The horror killer. Yeah, I'd be down to watch any of these actually. I can find one real quick if you want. If you don't mind. The only ones that I don't, and Chad, if you've seen any of these and you like them, the only ones I don't really like to watch are like ones that are like really heavy, like just ones that are like obviously they're all abuse, but there's ones that are just like fuck. Like that one court case one we watched was I was a little like, okay, ooh, you know what I mean? But like that last one was a good one to watch. Found a true crime video about someone I met a while back. It's crazy. Really? Whoa. House of Horror.
This fucking video is so cool. This dude just figured out how to
What is this? What is this video?
make his GoPro hang over top of him, and it looks like he's actually in a video game. I grew up playing Dave Mira and riding bikes, and this looks exactly like the game did, and it's insane. He managed to like sync it up so perfectly, and it just, I don't know how he, like, the accuracy of the, it's perfect. I don't.
God damn it. This isn't super crime, more mystery, but a cool watch. Searching for the 5. In February 1978, 5 men vanished under mysterious circumstances. The subsequent discoveries have left investigators and onlookers bewildered to this day. You can watch this. You want to watch this? Has anybody seen this before? Expo was good. This is good.
Disabilities. And
yeah, let's do it. Let's watch this one. It looks like, I mean, clearly a bunch of people have enjoyed it. Han, if you want to, yeah, grab me another one and then we'll watch this one. It's only 28 minutes. We can run it up. I've seen this. It's really good. Cool. I muted the alerts, by the way. I think that's obvious just because then I can say thank you and it doesn't play over the top of what they're saying. So thank you for the subs. I see them. Loki, thank you so much for the resub. Blake, thank you for the bits. I see them and you'll see them. You just won't make noise. A fun little crime night. Let me pull my dashboard over here. So I have it on the side. There
we go. Friday. We want the gritty goose twitch.
I thought that was in the video.
Joseph Shones was scouting some back roads in the Plumas National Forest. He spent the better part of the day navigating his Volkswagen in hopes of returning with his family the next day. However, due to harsh weather conditions, his venture led to his car becoming stuck around 5:30 p.m.
Oh, that's so terrifying.
Miles away from help and with dwindling options, he hopped out of his car to give it a push. In a strikingly unlucky turn of events, though, this physical exertion would lead to him enduring a heart attack at the worst possible place.
Oh, that is just
and
unlucky.
The worst possible time.
Thank you, Anonymous.
He returns to the confines of his vehicle, enduring the pain and contemplating on what to do.
Yeah, cool.
A short while later, though, he'd catch his biggest break. 2 sets of headlights coming from the opposite direction, and the shadows of what looked like a woman, a baby, and a group of guys walking towards him while engaging in conversation. After realizing that this could be his ticket home, he fumbled out of the car and began calling for help. Once he started doing so, the headlights turned dark and the conversation fell silent. A couple hours later, with his car still running, Shones would encounter another anomaly. Flashlights shining in the far distance. As expected, he'd jump out once more, vehemently pleading for one of them to notice him. However, this too fell unsuccessful.
Okay, cringe. Who megalold?
Another couple of hours pass, and Shones' car runs out of gas. Fortunately, though, by this point, he'd felt well enough to exit his vehicle and begin a trek up the road towards a lodge roughly 8 miles away.
Oh,
it was on this walk when he'd witnessed a 1969 Mercury Montego with no passengers inside.
Oh, weird.
Considering the circumstances, and having spotted numerous people in the last few hours, he didn't think much of it. His trek to the mountain lodge took him to the early morning of the next day. And there, he was able
a heart attack and then hiking 8 miles. If this motherfucker lives, I'm gonna...
to obtain medical treatment and much needed help to get his car out of there. What he failed to realize, however, was the fact that on this journey, he passed the vehicle of 5 men that would soon become enveloped in one of the strangest unexplained mysteries in history.
This guy takes long pauses sometimes. Teddy Roosevelt. Leshy's cabin. This is how, yeah. Ooh, I like that font. Wait a minute. Can we get any font experts? Why is it loading like a video game?
February 24th.
That was cool.
It was on this day when the lives of 5 longtime friends would converge. 30-year-old Jack Madruga would make his rounds within Yuba City in Oroville, California to pick up the others for a night out at a Chico State basketball game.
Just the boys.
29-year-old William Sterling, 24-year-old Jack Hewitt, 32-year-old Theodore Wire, and 25-year-old Gary Mathias made up this close-knit bunch, commonly referred to as the boys. And they were all eager for a night out before competing in a basketball game of their own. The group played for a team called the Gateway Gators, an extracurricular segment of the Yuba City Gateway program. This was a rehabilitative center aimed at helping them learn a trade while overcoming their mild intellectual disabilities and mental health issues. It was because of this notion that the group lived with their parents, and with this came the expectation that they'd return home later that night. Jack Madruga, the owner of his prized 1969 Mercury Montego, was known to have recently worked as a dishwasher at a local fruit company. He was keen on handling his finances. However, due to what family describes as him being slow in thought, he found it difficult to maintain a job. William Sterling was known to be Madruga's best friend. He was deeply religious and enjoyed spending his free time reading literature to console patients in mental hospitals. Ted Wire, the oldest of the bunch, enjoyed confiding in his friends, however was known to lack basic common sense. According to his brother, he was known to have spent over $100 on pencils for no reason.
I'm sorry. Huh? That's so random.
He was employed for a bit as a janitor and a snack bar clerk, but was later urged by his family to quit, since they believed he was causing problems. Jack Hewitt was known to be slow to react and typically hung around Wire. He was taken under his wing, so to speak, and frequently required his help to perform basic tasks such as dialing phone numbers. Gary Mathias was the most enigmatic of the group. He was the only one that lacked an intellectual disability, however, in its place, suffered severe mental health issues. The most prominent was his schizophrenia, which was the cause of his discharge from his brief time in the army. Both Mathias and Jack Madruga were the only two in the group that possessed a driver's license.
Fucking Gary.
And so they embarked. A roughly 1-hour trip was ahead of them, and conversation ensued surrounding sports in the anticipation of a win for themselves the very next day. The boys' uniforms were already laid out back home by their parents, so they were ready to roll. Things were going good.
Sounds like they're describing my Discord server.
p.m. Chico State's road opponent UC Davis takes the win. Considering the men's favorite team were UC Davis, it's safe to say that celebratory snacking was in order. They hit up a local convenience store by the name of Bears, where they loaded up on a Hostess cherry pie, a lemon pie, a Snickers bar, a Marathon bar, a couple Pepsis, and a quart of milk. It's been noted that the clerk that checked them out that night was trying to close, and as a result was mildly annoyed by them being there. Little did they know that they'd be one of the last ones to ever witness this group alive. The boys jump back in the car.
I don't know why I'm
embark
talking
on their
shit
journey.
when I literally have an Instacart order coming, like hurtling in my direction that has 4 boxes of Uncrustables and hummus. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Journey back home. Journey back home. 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 Home.
What?
They didn't make it back home that night.
The hell was that?
Instead of driving south, they took a detour east. Their journey that night encompassed their ride from Oroville to Chico. You would think that they'd head straight back down Highway 99 and Highway 70, but that didn't happen. Right before arriving in Oroville, the driver took a detour off of Highway 70 and onto the Oroville-Quincy Highway, a road that runs across Lake Oroville and up towards the Plumas National Forest. They drove until the road ended and continued their journey up a dirt trail until their vehicle became stuck in the snowdrift. It's unclear what happened from this point forward, but sometime after this arrival, they'd exit the confines of their car and embark into the night.
It's like, I have 100 pencils.
Back at the lodge, Joe Shones' medical treatment had gone well.
I brought all of them.
He paid no mind to the Mercury Montego since it wasn't out of the ordinary, and by midday, he was able to get his car gassed up and headed home. Concurrently, since the boys were nowhere to be found, the mothers of Ted Wire and William Sterling were contacting police, pleading for help in finding their children. It was out of character for every single one of them to be away from home for prolonged periods of time, and so they believed that the worst had happened to them.
Tater tot. Thanks for the prime.
Government officials insist that this is an isolated incident. We will continue to keep you informed as this story unfolds.
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, boys!
A forest ranger scouting the area notices an abandoned turquoise Mercury Montego. It was left on an unpaved road near Elks Retreat, a staggering 2.5 hours from where the basketball game took place. The vehicle appeared ordinary. It was unlocked, the window was down, and snack wrappers littered the seats. In the gas tank was more or less a quarter tank of gas, and by the time it was located, it wasn't stuck. Jarringly, considering how rough the terrain of this trail is, the vehicle was found with minimal damage. Yuba County PD began broadcasting the details and photos of the missing men, and for the next 5 days, their search team would scour the region. This would soon prove difficult, however, considering the fact that this was in the middle of a harsh winter in the mountains. It's been reported that the search team nearly lost people on a couple occasions, and by Sunday, a harsh winter storm would move in, dumping nearly 9 inches of snow in the area. It was because of this, the environmental hazards, and the fact that time was running against them that led the police to call off the search until snowmelt that spring. And as the case sat on hold, their families were frustrated, and the 5 men were left out there, isolated.
Man. Snow is such a bitch.
Nowhere to be found.
Snow is so scary to get stuck in because you a lot of times you don't really understand what's happening, and then all of a sudden you're just in a fucking mess. You know what I mean? You'll be driving down a road and it'll be like, oh, there's a little bit of snow here, a little bit of snow here, a little bit of snow, and then all of a sudden it's really snowy. It just it kind of sneaks up on you. It's like a riptide kind of. I love this font.
June. A group of bikers are out on a weekend ride and head up onto the sites of an abandoned Forest Service trailer at the Daniel Zink Campground near Bucks Lake. The facility involved a main, large trailer in the middle with multiple smaller satellite ones around it. When they pulled in, they noticed a prominent, malodorous smell emanating from the main structure. Immediately after, a broken window. They head inside. Curious on what they've stumbled upon, and
Sorry, this is a stupid question. Who is stumbling upon this? Is this the police officers, or is this who is stumbling into this area? That bikers. Okay, bikers. Okay,
a body. From head to toe were bed sheets concealing their identity, and after pulling them off, they discovered that it was one of the 5 men that disappeared 4 months prior.
Oh.
It was Ted Wire, 80 pounds lighter and with a considerable beard, lending credence to the possibility that he took refuge here for more or less 2 months.
What?
In the bed, they discovered his body with his shoes missing. With that, his feet badly frostbitten. It appeared that he passed away due to starvation and exposure to the elements.
He lived there for
However,
2
he
months?
strangely could have avoided this fate altogether. Since he took shelter inside of a Forest Service trailer, he had access to ample heat sources and enough canned food to last all 5 men months if they chose to stay there.
Whoa.
While they found 12 open cans scattered throughout the room, the vast majority of them were unopened, and it also appeared that no effort was taken to block off the window that was broken when they entered. The scene? Bewildering, especially considering that it was 19 miles away from where Joe Schoen spotted their abandoned car. But all in all, it was the jumpstart investigators needed to get back on this case.
Where are the other 4?
The search continued. With mounting public attention and hope for closure, search teams prowled the new focus area southeast of Bucks Lake. It would only take a day before they'd catch their next break, too.
Far in snow.
On June 8th, police discovered the corpses of Bill Sterling and Jack Madruga nearly 5 miles south of where Ted Wire was found.
Wow.
In Madruga's pocket, his car keys. It was noted that he'd been dragged a short distance and was partially eaten by animals.
Christ.
For Sterling, his remains were scattered around the area a few feet away. He was nothing but bones. Since the bodies were discovered closer to the vehicle and on a potential road they could have taken northbound, they believed that on their hike, the pair couldn't press on any further and met their demise through a combination of the elements and mounting fatigue.
Yeah, 20 miles is crazy, like lost, because it's not going to just be 20 miles straight. It's going to be kind of 20 miles like this. And then also to like have people dropping off as you go, you know what I mean?
2 days later, the father of Jack Hewitt discovers numerous articles of clothing belonging to him a couple of miles northeast of the service trailer. Soon after, his remains. Interestingly, a short distance west of their location, service blankets and flashlights were discovered lying by the road. This discovery led investigators to the belief that he and Gary Mathias more than likely made it to the trailer with Ted Wire and lived with him for an undetermined amount of time. Their reasoning was because of the existence of Mathias' tennis shoes left in the room that Wire was found in. The theories are tenuous, but they believe that they spent most of their final weeks alongside Ted Wire in the trailer. After he passed away, however, they wanted to get away from the corpse and set out towards the northeast to achieve that. It was on this hike that the pair would meet their demise, spending their final days exposed to Mother Nature.
I don't know, only Joel, it sounds like you did that yourself.
Now, it would make perfect sense. However,
I love when people
today,
come in and they say like, can you give me a shout out? It's like you literally like, it's you're acting like the chat can't read. Like just come in and say follow me. Like I don't, what am I do?
the remains of Gary Mathias have never been found.
Oh,
as of now, his missing persons case remains open, leaving questions abound surrounding the motive and the circumstances that late winter night.
Can you give Raz a shout out? Absolutely fucking not. Are you kidding me? These little like intervals with like the weird editing is so funny. Give a shout out, don't do anything? Yeah, can we give Soul a shout out? You don't have to follow them, they just want one.
Without a doubt, there are questions about this case. The main one, though, encompasses the following. Why did they not head home?
I mean,
Back Looking up and taking a look at this case presents an anomaly that's frequently brought up. Gary Mathias. He had a friend that lived in Forbstown, a few miles away from Oroville and where the car was found. This has led many to consider the potential that Mathias had more to do with this than some were letting on. If we take a look at their route that night, mapping it from Chico to where they abandoned the car, it makes sense. The Oroville-Quincy Highway is just north of Oroville, and the potential of Gary Mathias having driven up there in the past wouldn't be far-fetched. So let's entertain the idea that Madruga was convinced. He drove the car up the Oroville-Quincy Highway and missed the turnoff to Forbstown Road. As a result of this, he kept driving and driving until he eventually became stuck miles up a mountain trail. Now up to this point, the events that night seem like honest, innocent mishaps. What led the mother of Jack Madruga to think otherwise, however, was the fact that after they were stuck, why, with 5 sizable guys that could have rectified the situation with relative ease, did they decide to abandon the car and press onwards into the unknown? What was restricting them from turning back and undoing the mistake that they'd gotten themselves into? According to Jack's mother, she pled that there was some force that made them go up there. They wouldn't have fled off in the woods like a bunch of quail. We know good and well that someone made them do it. We can't visualize someone getting the upper hand on those 5 men, but we know it must have been.
Interesting.
Considering the circumstances at the time, postulating the potential of nefarious activity wouldn't be out of the ordinary. The state that Jack Madruga's car was found in led to even further questions than it did answers. According to reports, his car was found in immaculate condition, something almost unheard of considering the rugged terrain that existed on the road they'd taken. With 5 moderately sized men packed into an already heavy and low-sitting vehicle, undercarriage damage was nearly a guarantee. Given the fact that Jack had never driven up on this road before, it seemed weird that he was able to navigate it with such prowess near midnight. Furthermore, when the car was found, Jack's window was rolled down, which his mother claimed was extremely uncharacteristic of him. Bearing in mind that Mathias and Madruga were the only 2 with driver's licenses, suspicion grew regarding the actual driver that night. Was Jack Madruga truly at the wheel, or did Mathias demand the keys while taking them up there? Considering Mathias's numerous run-ins with the law, this wouldn't be entirely outside the realm of possibility. Prior to 1976, he was known to have been unpredictable, however straightened out after being prescribed schizophrenia medication. It was reported by his stepfather that, quote, he had no notable contact with police during the 2 years leading up to his
a bunch
disappearance.
of guys that like got stuck in a shit situation and didn't really know what to do, so they just made a like bad choice of just like wandering off to get help. You know, the boys were just like all ramped up and they were like, oh shit, we gotta go. We're panicking and we gotta, and then, you know what I mean?
And he hadn't gone haywire in private during that time.
Just made all of the worst choices, yeah.
The reason I bring this up is because I see it mentioned all the time on various articles and forums. However, the evidence presented, especially considering his own disappearance, is relatively insubstantial. While this is a notable possibility, in my opinion, there are others that carry a bit more weight. Let's talk about Joseph Shones.
Okay.
We can recall that he spent the better part of his Friday night stuck around the same area the boys were. It's staggering that he spent most of his night under the unluckiest of circumstances. However, I digress. In his testimony, he claimed that he witnessed something. A group, consisting of a woman, a man, and a baby, all walking within the path of 2 sets of headlights. If we're assuming that his recollection is correct, then this leaves us questioning the identities of the other party involved. Ted Wyer's sister has come forth, theorizing on the potential that the men witnessed something nefarious that night, sometime after the basketball game. Perhaps they saw an attack or some sort of signal, whether domestic or not, and decided to follow the family to help.
Yeah, human memory is
I'm not
pretty
entirely
bad,
sure
and also,
how large.
Surely a heart attack could affect how you are remembering something, right? You know what I mean? Like I don't know how that works, but I kind of feel like if somebody had just had a heart attack and then had recollected to me what they saw while that was happening, I'd be like, okay, yeah, all right, you know.
The distance between Shones and the group he witnessed were, but hearing the cries of someone in need would surely spark some sort of desire to help instead of shutting up entirely. I find it strange that the headlights cut off and the conversations halted in both instances when he saw people. While the circumstances don't scream maliciousness, they definitely don't drive the situation towards innocence. That is, if his recollection was correct. You see, since this testimony came out, Shones' story had slightly changed each time he shared it. While this, of course, could be a simple case of memory distortion, the notion that he changed it at all ultimately weakens his story altogether. According to sources, conversing with Shones after the fact was admittedly frustrating. He would claim that he was very ill during the moments he believed he witnessed the others, and essentially admitted that he could have hallucinated some of the details. Bearing in mind that the other parties stopped dead in their tracks both times he called out for them, it could have easily been a figment of his imagination.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking, maybe.
What if it wasn't?
Yeah, but what if it was?
That's just it. The nature of word-of-mouth testimonies, weakened by the circumstances of their situations, ultimately leave them up for debates and shrouded in uncertainty. While a nefarious situation is plausible, we can't discount the potential that the boys' predicament that night was all one big accident gone wrong. Let's put Gary Mathias in the spotlight once more.
Okay.
Entertain this. The men are at the game. All's going well, and they leave that night without issue. They hit up Bears to grab some snacks before hitting the road back home. They're driving down Highway 99 towards Oroville, and somewhere on the way, Mathias convinced the others to visit his friend in nearby Forbstown. Jack agrees, and they detour right before Oroville onto the Oroville-Quincy Highway, where they eventually miss the turnoff onto Forbstown Road. The Oroville-Quincy Highway is incredibly dark at that time of night, so it would make sense. Hesitant to turn around since the highway tightly winds through the backcountry, the others suggested alternate turnoffs that were supposedly ahead. Alternate turnoffs that, as we know,
stay up for Uncrustables, I'm really sorry.
they never took. Before they know it, they're up a mountain road, lost in the darkness before becoming stuck. Now, while they could have dislodged the car and turned around, we can't rule out the possibility that they simply didn't think to do so in their situation. On top of this, it was reported that a day prior to their dilemma, a snowplow had cleared a path along the road that they got stuck on, potentially instilling a sense of optimism that some external party would soon be back to help. A party that never came. And so they roughly map out the nearest spot to get help, jump out of the car, and start a trek towards their destination.
Yeah, it says that they're
Since the service trailer was a whopping 19 miles away, it's safe to assume that surviving a trek of this magnitude against harsh weather is more or less a death sentence. As we know, the only ones that made it to the trailer were Mathias, Hewitt, and Wire. An undetermined amount of time later, Hewitt and Mathias would either leave to go get help for Wire or abandon his corpse and embark on yet another last-ditch effort to get themselves out of isolation. And it's on their way out that both Hewitt and Mathias both succumb to the elements, drawing their predicament to its unfortunate end.
I can't with the pauses.
If you ask me, I think Mathias pressed on northeast, trying to make his way towards the Meadow Valley area. What he likely didn't realize, however, was the fact that it was roughly 21 miles away. If he were with Wire, someone that shedded nearly half his body weight, then we can assume that Mathias mirrored this to some magnitude, leaving him weaker than when he initially arrived there. I believe Mathias died somewhere around the Meadow Valley region, and wildlife got to him before search teams could ever make it out there. But that is just my postulation. The case of the boys from Yuba County is, by all accounts, one that doesn't make sense, and details that support one theory ultimately weaken the other.
Like Into the Wild.
It seems that we have the segments in front of us, and they're mostly put together.
Picture of him in front
without
of the bus.
the whereabouts of Matthias ever materializing, however. That's really all that we can do. Like, how was the car unscathed through rocky terrain? Why didn't they react to the cries of Joe Shones, someone they could have seen as their beacon for help? Why was the heat source in food that could have lasted them months untouched? It's cases like this that engulf me with fascination, even though there are still countless questions, countless loose ends, countless unknowns. The boys embarked on that brisk Friday night to what was supposed to be a night of sports, a night of laughter, and a night that they'd never forget. What transpired in reality were events that the world around them had been trying to piece together. Because it's all of us that can't forget them.
I don't know. I think we might have been reaching a little bit. I think the boys just got a little bit lost in the sauce and the snow. I think we might be the hunt for Ted Bundy cooking up a little bit. I can't with the pauses, so funny. This guy's editing was really cool. What's his like most popular video? What are the Walton Files? Gemini and the End of the World. He's got really cool thumbnails. I love these thumbnails. The Darkest Lost Media Volume 1. The Cult in a Boarding School. Disturbing Things from Around the Internet, Volume 13, Dark Side of Reddit. He's got a lot of videos. The Gemini one isn't about true crime, but it's really good. He does stuff around video game mysteries too that are really interesting. I love that. Gemini and the End of the World. Yeah, I'll watch some of his stuff. I'm just like, his thumbnails are really cool. He does horror, true crime, internet rabbit holes. I love that. Yeah, this is good stuff that I'll watch for sure. Is Han here? Han, did you find another one of the things from that one channel? Also my Uncrustables are, they're lost in the sauce. I don't know where they are. She's shipping them in from another fucking country, apparently. Went all the way across Los Angeles to get Uncrustables. I just wanted to do a cheeky little taste test. I ate them, I'm sorry. Why'd you go and do that? Uncrustables gonna be smashed against the wall again? I guess. People are all really good, yeah. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if Hannah's still here and if she has another video from that one channel. But I can find one. I'm more than capable of finding one too. I'm good for that. Midnight Delivery is such a
The following footage of Killer.
Yeah, it is. It's nearly 2 a.m. Good night. Thanks for hanging. I can watch another one until it gets here. She said she had 2 queued up. Where did she go? Where did she go? Actually think about, actually quite likely that they did get basically chased up the mountain after witnessing a crime, if anyone wants a deeper dive. That's cool. I'll have to like binge that one. I'll have to binge that one. Yeah, these are the top viewed ones. Secret Door reveals killer's darkest secrets. That could be interesting. I can send the one of the dude I met. Sure, you can send it. And fell asleep probably. Yeah, she might be a little AFK. That's okay. No worries. The most twisted case you've ever heard. The only thing is like I don't really know what these are, and I don't want to like get locked into one that I'm like, ooh, I don't want to watch this on stream. You know what I mean? He's kind of labeled all of these. The most twisted case you've ever heard. The most twisted case you've ever heard. The most twisted case you've ever heard. I'm just curious what this is.
When a young man.
Oh my gosh. Predator realizes he's going to prison for life. I wonder if I've seen this one before. This is like somebody that you know. The EW Body Cam has the House of Horror ones. What's the House of Horror ones? I think I have seen that one. Yeah. The names are all identical for the videos. Yeah, which is an interesting tactic for YouTube. But I guess if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I was in the car with him. Ugh. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of these ones. What's the House of Horror? Oh yeah, this one. I've actually watched this one before. It says it only has that much watch time, but I watched it. Do you watch JCS here? Yeah, I have, for sure. For sure. EW is great. This story time one is real great though. JCS is good. I'm gonna message him. Question: do you have that video? Because I want to watch this one, kind of, but I don't know.
No secret.
Because I don't know, like, yeah, see, it's kind of like, some of them are good, but some of them are like, I don't know. Can I send one about North Korean abductions? Sure, that doesn't mean I'm going to watch it, but I was visiting my friend and we went to a bonfire in the middle of a desert and we gave him a ride. Where is it? You sent it earlier.
Starting to really feel.
I'd be down. I'm just gonna give Hannah a sec. Remember, we could watch this one though. I'd be down. Just because I'm curious and it'd be fun to watch it with you in here. I have like 10 minutes until these get here. This guy kind of sounds like the King's Quest narrator. Yeah, a little bit.
When a young Mennonite woman was found dead in Arizona.
He hasn't done.
He hasn't? He hasn't. Let's go.
The police were desperate to discover why someone would take her several hours away from her home in New Mexico, only to shoot her dead and dump her body.
Go.
Sheriff's office, get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out the car! Step out now!
Little did they know that as they worked with the Mennonite community to solve this terrible crime, authorities would end up discovering a decade's worth of unsolved crimes, all leading back to one depraved man.
Get your hands up! Step away from the car!
On February 22, 2020, Cynthia Schultz was pleasantly spending her morning collecting firewood for her camp at the Sunset Crater National Park, around 20 miles from Flagstaff, Arizona. While out, Cynthia spotted a woman lying face down in the dirt. Thinking something might be wrong, she called out to the woman. However, when she didn't respond, Cynthia had a horrifying revelation. The woman was dead. Cynthia alerted the authorities, and soon the area was swarmed with police, trying to get to the bottom of this tragedy.
He didn't move or nothing. He just went and looked, checked her, and okay. Rigid is a rigor mortis. She was real stiff, cold.
It was immediately clear to the detectives that this case was a homicide, as the victim had a gunshot wound to the head and her hands were bound together with duct tape. As they inspected the body closer, they noticed that the victim was wearing very modest and traditional clothes, which made them suspect she might be a Mennonite. Mennonites are a Christian denomination that practice a conservative lifestyle, dedicating themselves to their religion and only using technology that's strictly necessary, such as basic phones. Through forensic comparisons, the police were able to identify the mysterious victim as 27-year-old.
Sorry, but like, what's the point of showing that? like from a video perspective, like, it's blurred. I don't really know what.
Comparisons, the police were able to identify the mysterious victim as 27-year-old Sasha Kraus, a Mennonite woman who had gone missing from New Mexico on January 18th, over a month before she was discovered. While police may have finally been able to give their victim a name, it was now time to uncover her horrific story and find out the truth about how she ended up murdered in a national park nearly 300 miles from her home. Through interviews and investigation, the police were able to determine that Sasha was a Sunday school teacher who had worked and lived on the Lamp and Light compound, a Mennonite community in Farmington, New Mexico. On the night of her disappearance, Sasha was making a quick late-night stop by the Sunday school to finish an errand. When she failed to come home that night, Sasha's roommates alerted the community and the police were soon involved. Unfortunately, the case had hit a dead end fairly soon after beginning, and it seemed like Sasha had simply vanished into thin air. However, not only did authorities now have Sasha's body, they were also able to recover her phone, a key piece of evidence that could likely point them in the direction of their killer. Through phone records, the police were able to deduce that Sasha hadn't just vanished. She'd been kidnapped. As her kidnapper drove her to Arizona, Sasha's phone could be seen pinging off of select phone towers before it died. Throughout her entire trip to Arizona, there was only one other device pinging off of those same towers, and it belonged to a man named Mark Gooch. Mark Gooch was an airman.
That is really unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. Wow, a lot of you are lurking, huh? A lot of you were second monitoring the stream. I am realizing in this moment, huh? You guys were like, "Whoa, hold on a second."
Working at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona, and at first glance it appeared he had nothing in common with Sasha outside of his cell phone records. Nevertheless, Lauren Nagel, the lead detective on the case, traveled to Luke Air Force Base and sat down with Mark for questioning. Detective Nagel introduces herself as Detective Jones, as she got married at some point between this interview and her appearance in court.
Hi, thank you for your patience.
God, it is so fucked to have to change it. I live in Arizona. I lived there too.
Phone call, right? All right, so I'm Detective Jones. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. I'm sure you're wondering what I want to chat with you about. Of course, I'm about to fill you in. We just gotta go through some procedural stuff first.
The interview takes place in an interrogation room on Luke Air Force Base and is an ideal setup according to the Reed technique.
He's so bad in interrogation. Before we go into this, so if anybody's just kind of like listening out of one ear, Emmy knows this person, not friends with him, but like was in a car with him and just had like an extended interaction. I'm assuming. What was your vibe check? If it wasn't bad, you can tell us. It's not. I'm not going to be judgmental because you never know. But like, what was the vibe check? And we gave him a ride once. Yeah. I think my Uncrustables are here basically. Yeah. What was the vibe? So fucking creepy how you can be that close to a murder and not know it. Oh, so weird. Just, I mean, haunting. You know what I mean? Probably it's like that more often than you even know, you know? He was awkward and seemed uncomfortable. Oh, just a little bit. Yeah. You've never had Uncrustables? No, they're like here. So I'm gonna go grab them. I'm gonna go out there and go grab them real quick before we get started. I'm not gonna press play though because I don't want to get left behind. Give me 2 seconds. 1 sec. for the sake of science, I got 3 different flavors of Uncrustables because I've never had one and you guys talk about them all the time, and I figured today was the day. So I have Nutella, unofficial Nutella. It's not Nutella, but it says hazelnut chocolate spread. I have peanut butter and honey, which is my favorite treat. And then I have strawberry flavor, which the strawberry one is big. I didn't get grape, which sounds unfortunate. So how do I cook these? Keep frozen until ready to eat. Thaw 30 to 60 minutes at room temperature. Eat within 8 to 10 hours of defrosting. Oh, you don't cook them? Grape is the best. Well, I didn't know! Don't cook them, just eat it cold. Okay, here's one. I'm gonna... Let's see, are they frozen? I thought that I cooked them. They feel really cold, but they don't feel like frozen solid. Yeah, I thought that you toasted them. So should I like leave them out for a bit, or should I? Because they're not frozen. I don't think. They're really cold. Are they supposed to be room temperature? Put it in your pocket on the way to work, then eat it. Oh, okay. Eat now. I eat them straight out of the freezer sometimes. I've always had them cold. Cold is good. Okay. Well, I have one of each flavor. I'll just eat them right now. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I have to pee. And then we'll try them. 1 sec. 1 sec. Oh, look at the bear! Okay. Okay. Uncrustables. Okay, the Uncrustable challenge, which is not a challenge, it's just me having never eaten an Uncrustable before. I have Nutella flavor. I have strawberry flavor, and I have peanut butter and honey. I don't have grape. I'm sorry I didn't get grape. I didn't know. I would have gotten grape. Now it's a challenge to eat the whole box. Which one should I start with? I feel like I should end with chocolate, because if I eat chocolate first, it might taint the other flavors. I feel like I start with peanut butter and honey. Or maybe strawberry, because strawberry is like a base, you know? Strawberry is a classic. It's gonna be frozen. They're really cold. I can tell the middles might be frozen, but the edges aren't. They're not frozen solid, like, you know, they're okay. I can see there's a little bit gushing out here. Okay, peanut butter and jelly. It's good. It tastes like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with no crust on it. Shocking. Uh-huh. It's good. I want to eat the rest of it, but I'm not going to, because I want to eat the other ones first. I want to taste the other ones. Okay. Next is peanut butter and honey. I love peanut butter and honey sandwiches. I eat them all the time. This one's really fluffy. The other one was a little bit squished. This one's really fluffy. So, peanut butter and honey. This one's pretty good, but the honey that they used is like really florally tasting. I don't like the honey they used. Yeah, the honey has this like florally taste. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. What region would you say the bees are from? Definitely Minnesota. I wouldn't, from the concept is good, but the honey was not good. But the concept's good. Okay, this one's the fluffiest. This is the chocolate one. Now, it doesn't look to have peanut butter in it. It's just chocolate flavored hazelnut spread. So, yeah, this one's fluffy. This one's really frozen. I just bit into a chocolate bar, basically. It's hard. That's a dessert. That is just a candy bar. That's just white bread wrapped around Nutella. It's crunchy. It's hard. I will say none of them taste like food, that's for sure. Which one's best? So, peanut butter and honey is my favorite sandwich. Least favorite of these three, just because the honey they use is not good. Now, these are kind of hard to compare because this tastes like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, which is what I expect when I have an Uncrustable. You know, this is the product that they have designed. This is a spin-off. Now, there's nothing to hate about Nutella wrapped in carbs, right? Like, that's delicious. My mouth is watering. But this is the product that has been advertised. So, for that reason, I think I have to say the strawberry one. That being said, this is really delicious, and I will probably eat all of these first. But this is an Uncrustable. Yeah, I wish I had grape. Try grape? I don't have grape. I would have gotten grape. Every single person is saying grape. This is good. I think, honestly, I think if the Nutella one had peanut butter in it, it'd be better. Or all three. Like a little medley. Here, let me do this. Right? That's the stuff. That's the stuff. Toast the Nutella one. That sounds good. I'll have to try that. The middle of it has too much Nutella in it. I have to go around the edges. Is this your first or last time you're testing? Well, I bought a couple boxes of them, so it's not the last time I'm testing them. In fact, I'll probably be testing them multiple times later this evening. She done made a Big Mac. You know what's crazy? I actually don't even think I'm gonna finish this one. I don't really like it that much. It kind of just tastes like a weird abomination version of what I like. It's not bad. It's just like, you know when you like have a favorite burrito place that makes a chicken burrito, and there's other places that have chicken burritos, but it's just not the same. It's like that, where it's like, it reminds me of my favorite food, but it's not it, so it's just not the same. Maybe Oki would like it. I don't think it would like her. I will eat the peanut butter and jelly ones first. The Nutella ones, I'll probably... That Nutella one was... The last couple bites were like, ooh, okay. It's really sweet. The peanut butter and jelly ones, I'll probably eat really fast in the next like 2 or 3 days. The peanut butter and honey ones, I might even not eat. And the Nutella ones, I will probably eat like half of one and then save the other half for later. Can dogs have honey? Yeah, it's just sweet for her. She doesn't get a whole lot of people food, so babies, I learned, can't have honey until they're a certain age because there's like bacteria in honey. So yeah, like babies can't have honey for a long time. Botulism. What is that? The Four Seasons baby can. Who wants to go to the Four Seasons and eat a whole bowl of honey? Me. A deep fried Nutella Uncrustable would send you to heaven. I don't have any. I guess I could deep fry it in a pan. I kind of want to try. I'm kind of like, oh, but like maybe in like an hour or two, like I want to put one in an air fryer and try it. You could toast it. I don't. The thing is, I could do it right now, but then I'd be like, ugh, you know. Frozen solid. I guess I'll wait. Put it in the defroster. Is this the just like original one, or is this a spin-off? Me.
Who wants to go to the Four Seasons Orlando?
I would be delighted, Mother, to accompany you on this exhilarating excursion to the Four Seasons Orlando. I will be sure to pack the required necessities for our trip. My excitement is palpable.
Who wants to go to the Four Seasons Orlando?
Like, that's not...
Seasons Orlando. Seasons Orlando.
Like, how does a baby even know to, like, do that? You know what I mean?
I have a question for everybody. Who wants to go to the Four Seasons Orlando?
That's good. I love the internet. It's so fucked up. And this one too.
I have a question for everybody. Who wants to go to the Four Seasons Orlando?
Dearest mother, oh how the heart yearns to impart upon thee the splendor and magnificence that is the Four Seasons in Orlando. Imagine, if you will, a realm where luxury and tranquility entwine like the threads of a finely woven tapestry.
Why does this baby have teeth?
As the morning sun doth crest the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the verdant grounds, one is greeted by a panorama of unparalleled beauty. The gardens, meticulously tended, burst forth with flora of every hue and fragrance, each blossom a testament to nature's artistry. The air, sweet and crisp, carries with it the gentle melodies of birds in harmonious chorus.
What has this baby been through from the time that it was born to now that it needs a vacation at the Four Seasons Orlando? Like, why does... like, come on.
A serenade to greet the dawn. The edifice itself, mother, is a marvel of modern design, yet it pays homage to the classical grandeur of days gone by. Its walls, adorned with art and finery, speak of opulence and taste refined. Within
Yo, listen up, this the story about it.
I knew, I was like, when I click on this shit, it is not gonna have anything to do with what we're talking. I knew.
And angry doo-doo dreams of a war and all day and all night on Babylon's horde, bringing war just like them, inside and outside, and everything is red, filled with rage, cause I'm caged, that feeling's red. It's not blue, coming gunning for you, cause the blue color's feeling's not true. Red is the only color I see. That they took
this is 3.5 minutes long.
You from me, bringing truth will not do, cause what I'm seeing is red, red, red. Red is the color, it's the name of this song. Stop thinking blue, cause it's been red all along. I think it's better if we all get along. Divisive issues, party people headstrong.
Okay. Okay. Jacob, thank you for the 4. I really appreciate that. Red is the color and the name of the song. You fucking spitting a little bit. Michael, what? Why? Come on. Can you just... Where's the pussy TikTok? Where's the pussy one? The one where you say that you dropped your pussy. Don't we have a command for that somewhere? Yeah, I thought we did.
Turns out my viewers are about 80% female, so I thought I'd go ahead and nail some content more relatable for the ladies on here. So here's that. Oh, my vagina fell out.
I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate it. Am I right? Don't you hate when that happens? God, so relatable. So relatable. Okay. Can we watch it? Can we now pivot to a murderer, a story about a murderer? Why did it sound like a spoon hitting the ground? Because it's just the way that it is. That's Victoria's Secret. Yeah. I have an idea. Okay, I'll hear you out. Imagine, does it sound like a spoon? Spork. Sounds like a fork. Yeah, wait, hold on. What was it? Was it a spoon or a fork? You're gonna hear him out. That seems dangerous. It's a bad idea, is what it is. It's a bad idea. No, you're right. It was a vagina. Oh, no, sorry. I don't know why. Yeah, no. I don't know why I would question. It's his cooter. Yeah. Howie, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Who's to say? It was my pussy hitting the... No, you're right. And it was flat, so it kind of makes that noise when it's... Did Zog say, wait, I have an idea, and then not say... Oh, here's my idea. What are we watching?
Let's watch How Can I Transform This Triangular Coffin Room into a Fully Functional House. Liam's been moving bricks for 10 years. He saved up to buy this tiny 3 square meter room, smaller than his grandma's coffin. He can only sit and sleep.
I've been watching these for months, if not over a year. And I've always been like, these are a little bit funky, but I like watching them. And then people started making the galvanized square steel references, and I was like, okay, yeah, all right.
Sleep on a mattress. Let's see how I turn it into a functional home. First, remove the original windows. Use galvanized square steel to weld a frame and extend it a few square meters outward. Ask his uncle for some screws to fix it firmly to the wall. Use the remaining steel as supports. Get eco-friendly wood veneers and reinstall the original windows. Use leftover boards as partitions. Store out-of-season clothes, shoes, and bags here. Cover it with wooden boards to save space and make it easy to open. Then, build a big wardrobe in the corner. Store out-of-season quilts on top. Enlarge the middle section for his brick-moving uniform and add 2 drawers below for underwear and pantyhose. Use another section for storage. This private space, saved through frugality, can hold daily necessities and books to read before bed on the right side. Install a glass door for beauty and dust protection. Add a socket for convenient phone charging. Lay down a soft mattress and add a padded wall for more comfortable sleep, creating a big, cozy bed. Make a folding table for studying or working on a computer, which can also be used for meals and stored away to save space. Install a large projection screen.
Honestly, we need more of these little things that can flip down.
End of the bed so he can enjoy Korean dramas after work. Dig 2 holes in the wall countertop to install an induction cooker and a sink, creating a private kitchen. Add a mirror cabinet above for storing spices and toiletries. Dig a hole for a secondhand squat toilet and install a shower so Liam can wash up. Install a recessed bathroom heater 20 centimeters below the ceiling. Use glass partitions to separate the wet and dry areas. This is how the tiny triangular room is transformed into a functional house.
It's crazy, but then we watched those videos of the people that actually had those kinds of houses, and I realized, yeah, judging the weight of the word house here. Like, yeah, the ones in Japan, literally. Okay, I have to get one more Uncrustable. I'm throwing the peanut butter and honey one away. I'm getting a jelly one. By the way, to the Australians in chat, I've done a devious thing. I imported Sakana crackers from overseas because I love them so much and I needed them. Then you flip me off. I did do that, yeah. I love these, yeah. And so I ordered some. Yummy! And it wasn't even that much. It was like 20-something bucks to order like 3 of them overseas. I thought that I was gonna be like falling on a budget and it would be a one-time thing, but I was like, damn, I can do this all the time. I'm pretty sure it's just as much money to order one from like down the street. I actually have a good TikTok for you. Okay. Do you want to make a deal? If it's good, you get nothing. If it's bad, 10-minute timeout. It's already in chat. Okay.
You
motherfucker. Honestly, nothing has made he's sitting there like that was so worth it. So I'm so mad. I set the table and he sat down and ate.
Popular method of interrogation. There's no barrier between Detective Nagel and Mark, allowing her to observe all of his movements and nonverbal communication. The walls appear to be bare, which is intentional to minimize distractions. It's also helpful that there's only one detective present, which can make the interview feel less threatening. Additionally, Mark is seated near the door, which helps send the message that he's able to leave at any time.
But he can't.
This may make him less defensive and more likely to talk. It can also help prevent any false imprisonment claims later. Detective Nagel and Mark speak briefly about his responsibilities as a mechanic in the Air Force before the detective asks about Mark's life back home.
So what'd you do before Air Force then?
I worked in the diesel mechanic shop for about a year and did construction as well and grew up on a dairy farm. So.
Oh yeah? That's pretty cool. Do you have siblings?
Yes, ma'am. 6.
Oh wow, really?
Yep.
Okay, big family. Yep. Tell me about them, like how many brothers, sisters?
3 brothers and 3 sisters.
Okay, got it. And where are they at now?
All over the country.
All over?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the youngest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who would you say you're closest with?
I don't know, we kind of got separated pretty good after everybody started moving out.
So you're not close with any of them though?
I talk with them on the phone here and there, but I'm probably closest. Maybe my brother back in Wisconsin.
Oh, gotcha. Which brother's that?
It's Sam.
Sam.
Oh!
Okay.
Mark comes across as a polite, well-mannered airman, but as we'll see over the course of the interview,
we learned about airmen not that long ago and how polite and mannered they are.
Is just a facade.
So what do you do on your time off?
Play on my computer sometimes.
Kill people.
Play some games. Go hiking as much as possible.
Snowball go fast. Thank you for the brand new sub.
Try to stay active.
Cool. Do you like go to church or anything like that?
Wait a minute. If Emmy gave him a ride,
you do play some games.
Why does he have a car? Hold on a second. Something's not checking out here. Emmy, I think that you might have been bamboozled.
A lot too. Try to stay active.
Cool. Do you like go to church or anything like that?
No, man. Church closed down.
Jordan?
Oh, that's closed too?
Coronavirus.
Jordan, I activated every goddamn lurker in my chat when they said that his last name was Gooch. I thought, maybe front page is really pumping today. Turns out not so much.
Got you. Is that something that you did before it closed?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. I would attend church quite a bit.
Yeah,
okay.
I thought Kaya.
If you don't mind me asking about that, what kind of religion did you grow up in?
We grew up in a Christian, I guess the religion, I guess is how you call it, but Christianity is how I was raised.
Oh, okay. Any specific denomination of Christianity?
Mainly they were called Mennonites, or Amish. I'm not sure how familiar you are with that.
Not really. Tell me about that.
But basically drive darker colored vehicles. We use flip phones when you have internet, stuff like that. So it was pretty
I also chatted with him about tattoo design. Oh, man.
I got it.
With this admission, the police now have another unexpected link between Mark and Sasha. They're both Mennonites.
Was this
when the detective
before? I'm gonna assume that this was before any of this had happened. You know what I mean?
Brings up the topic of religion, Mark starts to fumble with his words, indicating that the topic of religion may be something Mark doesn't want to talk about.
In that last 6 months, have you traveled out of state anywhere?
Yes, ma'am. When I came down here, I drove my car from Wisconsin down here.
Oh, okay. So you drove from Wisconsin to Phoenix?
Correct.
Anywhere else?
Pretty much state of Arizona. I try to do as much hiking as possible.
Mark doesn't know it yet, but he's just been caught in his first lie, the first of many. Using words like pretty much, mostly, and similar sentiments are qualifiers and often throw up a red flag to detectives. These words usually indicate half-truths or that there's something the individual may not wish to disclose.
Yeah, he's
in this case,
his
Mark
arm.
saying that he pretty much stays in Arizona isn't true at all, and he's hiding something very big. He also uses filler sounds such as to delay answering so he has time to think about his response.
You're probably wondering, why I'm here. So I'm a detective. I'm with Coconino County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
And I am working a homicide investigation.
Okay.
There was a girl named Sasha Krause that was killed. Did you hear about that case?
I seen it in the news. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you know about the case.
It's basically the news report. She was from New Mexico, right? And she left home one evening, and they found her in northern Arizona, like Flagstaff area, correct?
Right. So that's the case that I'm working.
I think about that all the time. Like, I feel like if I got interviewed for something that I didn't do, I would walk out of there in handcuffs because I would just be so nervous that I would probably go. I feel like I'd say something and I'm fully convinced that I would screw it.
Talk to you at all?
Probably because I was probably traveling up in New Mexico area, probably.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
As the detective reveals why she's here
Yeah,
interviewing
I also don't
him,
know why
Mark
they talk.
begins to
Like,
show
I just,
more and more
even though they're
signs
guilty,
that he
I
may
don't
be
know why they
hiding
say
something.
anything.
When asked what he knows about Sasha Krause's murder, Mark vaguely says that they found her. This is a soft way to describe something as violent as a homicide.
And they found her in northern Arizona.
When suspects shy away from using realistic words such as murdered or killed, this can be a red flag for possible deception as they're minimizing the crime. Additionally, Mark uses the qualifier probably 3 times in 8 seconds.
Probably because I was probably traveling up in New Mexico area, probably.
So we've got these things called license plate readers.
Okay.
And your vehicle hit a license plate reader.
I was traveling in New Mexico, and apparently...
So tell me about that. You were traveling then. I'm a little confused because at first you said you hadn't traveled, but now, did you go to New Mexico?
Yes, ma'am.
Your vehicle was picked up on that license plate reader in the general area on the same day, actually, that she went missing. And so what I'm doing at this point is I got to talk to everybody, as you can imagine. That's my job. Anybody who's in the area, anybody who could have seen something.
Despite the fact that Mark appears to be intentionally lying, Detective
was the
Nagel
lake
does a
from
great
Santa
job of
Fe.
calling him out for it while also remaining non-judgmental. She does this in order to keep Mark from feeling threatened and ending the interview, while also not letting him get comfortable in any of the lies he tells. The more someone repeats a lie, the more confident they will become. She also keeps him calm by not telling him the whole truth about why she's there. Although she's telling Mark that she's just interviewing everyone who got picked up on a certain license plate reader, we know that Mark is
Can you
actually...
imagine, like... Yeah, we're interviewing every single person that got picked up on the license plate reader. Like, come on. To school with a girl that had one of these videos made about her. She dated my ex-boyfriend. He really dodged a bullet, I guess. That's wild. Said it before, but there's one thing I've learned from these videos is getting a lawyer immediately, no matter how innocent you are. Literally, yeah, it's like I think a lot of people, to the detective's benefit, don't want to lawyer up immediately because they're afraid that it'll make them look guilty. But it doesn't matter, because if you're innocent, you know, they're not going to find anything on you anyways, so it's just going to rule itself out anyways. But, you know what I mean? But it's like, oh, if I ask for a lawyer immediately, I'm going to look innocent.
her #1 suspect, and that he was found through phone records. This is just one example of the ways detectives can lie during interviews in order to get a suspect to tell them the truth.
So why were you in New Mexico that day?
I was planning on going, so I was checking out Mennonite churches. I had traveled up to Flagstaff.
Mark takes a big pause after he says he traveled, followed by his foot twitching, and then he says to Flagstaff.
I had traveled up to Flagstaff.
This is something called a cadence switch, which is essentially a disruption in the flow and inflection of speech. In an interrogation, this can be seen as an indication of something being left out of a story, as the speaker paused and changed their speech pattern.
I was hoping that ski resort was still open, but they were closed due to coronavirus starting up. And so I figured I'd go check out a Mennonite church up in that area. So I knew some people from Wisconsin that used to live there. And I wanted to go just attend because I really been missing that social life. I used to have at Mennonite churches.
Is there any reason why you didn't tell me when I asked you if you've traveled? You didn't mention that to me. Is there a reason that you didn't?
No, man, I'm sorry. My memory just, I don't know. It's not what it used to be. I'm tired today. I'm sorry for failing to mention that, but I was not trying to hide or withhold information.
Okay, thanks.
Once again, Mark is caught in a lie. While explaining why he was in New Mexico, he mentions that he was wanting to go skiing. However, the ski resort he drove to, the Arizona Snow Bowl Ski Resort in Flagstaff, was closed due to COVID-19 restrictions. In actuality, the Snow Bowl didn't close for COVID until March, well after Mark would have been there on January 18th. As he says this, he half shrugs with his right shoulder. It's barely perceptible, but lines up when he says, "I don't know." Internally, he does know, and is just making excuses, but he's not confident in his memory excuse. Mark is also sitting with his leg crossed in a way that creates a barrier between himself and the detective. He switched to this guarded position after he was asked about traveling. When questioned about why he didn't mention this trip earlier, Mark's military formality helps him appear more truthful than he's actually being. He refers to Detective Nagel as ma'am and immediately apologizes for not mentioning the trip because he was tired. Unfortunately
It'd be so
for
hard,
Mark,
dude, because
no
like
matter
when
how
they ask you, like, I mean, for me, like if somebody was interrogating me and they said, "What did you do today?" My bitch ass could not remember a single thing that I did that day. I couldn't tell you what I did 30 minutes prior. I'd have to like sit down and I'd have to be like I'd have to look through my phone and I'd have to like I would not know
how polite he is. This omission is definitely a sign that he has a reason to keep this trip a secret, and the detective has certainly picked up on that.
Do you remember that day then when you went to New Mexico?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I remember some of it.
So what time about did you leave here, Luke Air Force Base?
Probably left fairly early in the morning.
Probably.
Okay.
And then what time did you say I was in the area?
I have to go grab my. I've got like
What
the
time
charts.
did you say that I was
What
in the
time?
area?
Well, let's go through the day. So when you say fairly
Tell
early, what
me
does that
what
mean to
I
you?
was doing.
Probably about 7.
Okay.
7 is when I left to head up there.
Mm-hmm.
Stopped in Flagstaff for a while. Just got some. Got some fuel, I believe.
This is one of the last fully truthful statements Mark says while recounting his trip to New Mexico. While he may think he's being sneaky with his lies, Detective Nagel knows a lot more than she's letting on, and is ready to catch every lie Mark throws her way.
Did you go anywhere else while you're in Flagstaff?
I always wonder if there's any way if there's any science behind like the way that they tell the like detectives to like present themselves, like what they wear, how they do their hair, like the glasses on top of their head. Like, do they get that sciencey with it, or do they just send them in the way, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you wear your hair up, you wear your hair down. Like I always wonder about the intricacies of like, you know, like there's so many little things. Or do they like pick specific detectives based on who's in the room, you know? It's like, okay, well, we're going to send this detective in because of this person in the room, because maybe they'll feel most comfortable. Yeah. I'd love to like know that stuff, but they probably don't. They're not going to tell you that. You know, we can see this because it's public, but like they're never going to really tell you that. Dennis Reynolds. No, I don't know who that is. Detectives are scummy. They change so many things based on who they're interviewing. Right.
No, not on the way up. Pretty much straight driving.
Pretty much.
Had a really pretty snow-capped mountain up there.
Yeah.
At that time.
So you stopped in Flagstaff, you got gas, and then you think that you drove directly to the church in Farmington?
I stopped in Farmington to get some fuel.
Watch how the detective suddenly starts kicking her foot. Since this discussion is about the scene of the crime, she likely feels a lot of pressure with these questions, trying to make sure she gets his story, and also has what she needs to confront him later. With all of his deceptive behavior already, she's likely fairly certain that he is the person she's looking for, and these are really the high-stakes questions.
About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I had swung by the church just to check their sign and see what time their services was, and they were, let me think, I think it was just Sunday evening.
At this point in the investigation, Detective Nagel has spent a lot of time at Sasha's church, looking for any sign of what happened to her on January 18th. In her entire time there, the detective has never seen any sign even somewhat similar to the one Mark is claiming to have checked.
Did you talk to anybody while you were there?
No, there was no one at the church, and I didn't want to bother anybody. So.
Did you like it? I don't know. What is it a church that like what you grew up in, or different?
It looked fairly similar, but it's not really the same. So I was a little disappointed with the whole long drive and everything. I didn't really see it as working out long term to make it there.
Yeah, that is a long drive.
It'd be way too far to drive every weekend. So I got talked to my friend. He wanted to go hiking on Sunday, and I really wanted to make it for that. I work with him in the shop. And
who's that friend?
His name's Kefley.
Mark claims that he made plans with Kefley to go hiking the following day. However, according to Kefley himself, the two actually went to a swap meet, also known as a flea market.
From what I'm understanding, it doesn't sound like you were there for very long.
No, man.
And then where did you go after that?
I can't remember if I was going to go look for a hike, or did I head straight back? I think I started, once he called me about the hike on Sunday, I think I started heading back.
He called you?
Correct.
While you were over there?
Correct.
Okay.
According to Mark, Kefley called him to discuss plans. However, the phone records disagree with Mark. Mark and Kefley only texted that day, and in fact, the only person that Mark spoke to on the phone was his brother Sam. Not only did Mark and Sam call, but they actually called each other 6 times, for a total of nearly 2.5 hours, which is longer than the two had talked on the phone for the last 6 months combined.
On the way back home, did you stop anywhere?
I don't know, I might have made it to Phoenix. On full tank, I don't know. I'd have to check.
Okay. So am I understanding correctly, you don't remember stopping anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got back here to home?
It was fairly late. It was probably 8 or 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I got back.
Long day, man.
Yep.
Mark makes a lot of lip and mouth movements here, known as micro-expressions. One of the biggest indicators of deception and hiding something is a movement called disappearing lips, which Mark demonstrates. Once again, Mark's account of the trip contradicts his phone records. While he might say that he went straight home from New Mexico, the records actually show him stopping in Sunset Crater National Park for several hours. With Mark having
it'd be interesting to do something where you have to lie to somebody and then get it recorded, and then sit down with like somebody who's professionally trained in that and have them point at stuff that you did, you know, just to like pick it yourself, just to be, because I'd be so curious. I hate body language analysis. It seems so like bullshitty until it's like there's a thing that happens which like tips them off to just kind of keep poking at that thing, you know? I could be a detective knowing all sorts of body language. I'd start thinking about my own body language. I don't think I could do it because I don't think I would be able to hear what they're saying and focus on their body language and be able to like absorb all of it at the same time. Like I don't think I could do it.
Actually told his story about where he was on the day of Sasha's murder. Detective Nagel is noticing more and more red flags. Mark consistently lies, hesitates, and supposedly struggles to recall information when he is asked about stops he made, times, and what he was doing at specific points throughout his trip. When a suspect has a memory of extremes, meaning their memory is either too good or too bad, this is seen as a red flag to detectives. Just over 2 months have passed since January 18th, so it doesn't make sense that Mark is struggling so much to recall basic information about his trip. Given that this trip was pretty out of the ordinary for him, the trip should actually stick out in his mind even more.
What do you think should happen to the person that did that to Sasha?
As far as, like, what are you getting at there?
But if we caught the person who killed her, what should happen to them?
Well, you should probably let the law deal with it. Or maybe the Mennonite community has a way of doing things differently.
In the Reed technique, this line of questioning is known as the punishment question, and it can be a good indicator of deception. Individuals who give vague answers are more likely to be deceptive than those who answer with strong, definitive punishments. Mark pauses for an incredibly long time after being asked what he thinks should happen to Sasha's killer, and he eventually settles on, I don't know. This is the exact type of vague answer that sets off alarm bells for detectives when it comes to the punishment question. After a few more questions, Detective Nagel tells Mark that she's going to step out for just a few minutes to review her notes. After letting Mark stew for 10 minutes, Detective Nagel comes back in and gets ready to really take Mark's story apart and figure out what exactly it is that he's lying about.
On the way back, what time did you come back through the gate?
It was dark, possibly 8 or 9. Probably later than that, I'm not sure.
So what's like a reasonable time frame? So like you're saying around 8 or 9, like what's the latest you think you possibly came through that gate?
Probably could have been 1 or 2. 8 or 9 to 1 or 2 is probably the most time frame that I can think of.
Okay.
It was dark when I came through.
It's kind of a big time frame there though.
I understand.
8 p.m. to 2 a.m. is pretty different.
That's such a big window.
Okay. So you want to stick with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now that Detective Nagel is informed
That's
Mark
like
his
almost a
story
whole
doesn't add
workday.
up, it's likely that he's going to respond with even less specifics than he was
It's cram
before,
time.
hence his 6-hour time span. If Mark is adamant that he got home at 8 p.m., but then
maybe
video
been,
footage shows otherwise, it will
8
reflect
a.m. to
badly on his
3 in the
credibility.
morning.
On the other hand, if he admits that it was 2 a.m. when he got home, then there's a large chunk of time that's completely unaccounted for between Mark leaving the church and
all of the
arriving
night.
home. While Mark might be trying to avoid getting caught in a lie by avoiding specifics, in actuality, this just makes him even more suspicious.
So what if I told you that the time that you came in the gate that morning was 6:53 in the morning?
This is a deep cut, but if you watched the most recent season of Love is Blind, like that part where she was like, where, like, when did you remember when that, I can't remember the guy's name, he like went to drop that one girl off and then they sat in the driveway and like talked for a couple hours and then he was like, oh, I got home at 2 a.m. Yeah, it was Jeremy. And then he got home at like 7 in the morning. That was the most obscure, like I'm sorry, but if your partner drives their ex, let's call it their ex, home, and then they're just chit-chatting in the car before he lets her out, like you would have to be a different breed of person to not be pissed off about that. And he was acting like she was crazy for being upset about it. And he was sharing his location. Yeah. That was so wild. Yeah, and then they got together.
That's a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you explain that?
I stopped and slept in the car. On the way back, I had trouble staying awake. Tried to stop and sleep multiple times, but that's couldn't really sleep. It was cold.
Okay.
On the drive back.
Okay.
Now, Mark has to scramble to fill in the gaps that Detective Nagel is pointing out. Mark claimed he left at 7 in the morning on January 18th, and according to the detective's records, he didn't get home until nearly that same time the following morning. Not only is this around 10 hours after the original time Mark gave for when he got home, but it's almost 5 hours after the revised time he gave. It's also
That's
highly suspicious that he has
insane.
never mentioned this supposed nap he took in his car on the way home. And it definitely comes across that Mark is doing anything he can to try and cover up his lies.
Have you gone to Flagstaff any more than that one time?
No, ma'am. Except when I came down.
No, except
from Wisconsin
possibly
to Luke. ...
I
don't remember which route I took coming in.
Okay. So after this New Mexico trip, you have not gone back up to Flagstaff again, is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
Mark saying not to my knowledge doesn't make sense
Have you
here,
ever been to
because
this
how could he
town?
travel
Not to
somewhere
my
without his knowledge? This is a selective memory statement, but in this situation, it also just doesn't even fit with the statement, and he would have been better off
Like I
going
can
with "I'm not
understand
sure."
like being like,
or,
hey, like did you leave the door open on Tuesday night? Not to my knowledge. Okay, yeah, shit. Whatever, makes sense. Did you ever go to this location where you had to drive hours to get there? I don't know, man.
Or I don't think so, or some other selective memory statement. He must be starting to really feel some anxiety about this, because his thought processes are less logical, and his word choices aren't great.
So I know that you went back up to Flagstaff a couple days later. Okay. And I've got a couple different ways to confirm that, like your gate checkouts and evidence that you were up in Flagstaff. So did you go back to Flagstaff for some reason a couple days later?
Like it's not just like they just told him, like, we have records, we have the things that scanned your license plate, da 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 da, and then they asked him if he'd gone to Flagstaff again, and he said he lied. Like, they just laid out in front of you that they have all of the technology to track where you've been. There's a reason why they're asking you that.
When to go, I don't remember.
When asked about going to Flagstaff again, Mark hesitates for a long time before answering. Significant delays can be a red flag for deception. Some questions require thought, so it would make sense for someone to stop and think before answering. However, it doesn't take this much thought to remember if you recently went to a town 2 hours away from where you live, meaning that Mark's hesitation just comes off as suspicious. Clearly, Mark isn't going to be truthful about what he was really up to on January 18th. So Detective Nagel changes gears and starts asking Mark more about his Mennonite connection to Sasha.
Earlier when we were talking, you mentioned how when you're not born into the Mennonite church, we use that word outsider. Like, you're kind of an outsider compared to like people who are born in. Sasha was like that too. Did you know that her family was not born into Mennonite church? So I'm wondering if you're willing to kind of tell me. I noticed I just saw a little bit of an emotion in you when we talked about that. Is there something that happened to you in the Mennonite church that upsets you?
Not really. It was just a way of life, and I didn't really like it, and I was happy to be out of it. My parents left the church.
By stating not really, he's denying anything happened to him, but not strongly. By using a qualifying statement instead of just saying no, it suggests that there is something, but he doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay. So Mark, what I do for a living is talk to people.
Understood.
And I just feel like I can read people a little. I know I don't know you. I'm not going to even pretend I do. But there's something there. And is it just something you don't want to talk about? Something that happened that made you leave the church?
No, ma'am. I pretty much left the church when my parents decided to leave.
Okay.
Mark uses another qualifier, but what is more interesting are his lip movements. It seems like his lip movements are his fidgeting behaviors, but he's probably had some training about not showing anxiety both in the home he grew up in, as well as in the military, so he doesn't have a lot of the bigger nonverbal cues that we look for. Yet these lip movements, which continue to return to the disappearing lips, make it clear that he's withholding information.
I think that might be
it's almost like he's trying to hold in whatever it is he really wants to say. While Mark may be playing it cool, the detective knows he's hiding something. Before this interview even began, Detective Nagel was able to go through Mark's text messages and saw some concerning things regarding his views on Mennonites. In a text conversation, Mark and Sam are told by their brother Jacob, a Virginia state trooper, that he had just given 2 Mennonites a speeding ticket. Mark and Sam are both overjoyed to hear this, and Mark even says that he hopes that Jacob treated the Mennonites like shit. Sam makes a point of calling the Mennonites cultists, giving some insight into how he and his brothers feel about the religion. In another conversation between just Mark and Sam, Mark tells Sam that his surveillance on the Arizona Mennonites that morning was boring. The use of the word surveillance was incredibly alarming to authorities, and clued them into the fact that he may have been planning some kind of attack on the community for quite a while.
We have a detective talking to Sam right now.
Okay.
In Wisconsin. Okay? And so I want you to know that for this main reason. Sam's telling us some stuff, and you're talking to me, and I want to just make sure, what both of you guys are telling us lines up. And what I know a little bit about from what Sam said is sounds like something's going on here as far as like maybe you have hard feelings against the Mennonite church, or maybe like a grudge or something like that.
So let me get this straight. You're talking to Sam right now, huh? Mm-hmm. So it sounds like I need to get a lawyer because you're trying to pin something on me.
Well, I read you your rights at the beginning of this.
Yes, ma'am. And I'd like to see a lawyer now.
You would like to speak with a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask you any more questions then. I am going to have you sit here for a few minutes. And then I'm going to kind of explain to you what else is going on today, okay?
It took that long.
Okay. You go with that water?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, it's been a hot second.
Detective Nagel is using a bit of the prisoner's dilemma technique, pinning one suspect against the other. We see him do a big
Prisoner's
anchor point
dilemma
movement
is like,
immediately
I've
after.
watched so many of these. Like, I watch these all the time when I'm cleaning my house. Prisoner's dilemma is like the most effective thing they use. It's like terrifying. Where it's basically like, oh, I'm gonna put you in a room with me, I'm gonna put them in a room with them, and I'm gonna make you think that they've already like told me stuff. You know, it's like that's always the thing that gets them.
And his illustrators don't line up with his words. As soon as the detective leaves the room, Mark unbarriers his legs. Detective Nagel's comments clearly struck a nerve with Mark, and for the first time, we see him change his reaction and become stern. He clearly doesn't like that his brother is also being interviewed. Perhaps Mark has good reason to fear that Sam will say too much to the cops, as while Sam refused to answer the majority of questions during his brief interview, he did say one thing that caught detectives' attention. Not only did Sam claim that Mark had a grudge against Mennonites, but when asked if he knew why the cops were questioning him, Sam ominously replied no, but that he knew his brother and how he is, giving police even more reason to be suspicious of Mark. With his interview concluded, Mark was served several search warrants for his phone, apartment, and car, all of which proved to be very enlightening to the authorities. The first thing investigators noticed when looking at Mark's car was how spotless it was.
Every time they show the pictures of the cars, every single one of these I've watched, there's been something that it's been like, you fucking idiot. It'd be like, there was a bottle of cleaner in the car, or like the wallet was left in the car. Like, they always leave the cleaner, like the bottle of cleaner in the car. It's ridiculous.
After inspection, they were able to recover a receipt that showed Mark had gotten his car heavily detailed on February 23rd, the day after it was announced to the public that Sasha's body had been found. Additionally, the police also discovered some black nitrile gloves in the car,
That's what I'm
alongside
saying,
some
dude.
suspicious stains. Now that detectives are finally able to scour Mark's phone, more inconsistencies began to pop up.
Every time.
According to his deletion records, Mark had deleted several files and documents from his Google account early in the morning of January 19th, after returning home from his New Mexico trip. He also deleted several texts with Sam where he discussed getting his car detailed, stating that he wanted the detailers to clean the interior really well. With several concerning, if somewhat circumstantial things found in Mark's phone and car, they had enough to detain him. However, police still didn't have enough evidence to actually connect Mark to Sasha's killing, never mind justify an arrest and guarantee a conviction. There was still the puzzling question of why, as there was no clear motive why Mark would have killed Sasha. Investigators soon began interviewing and interrogating the people closest to him in the hopes that they could shed some light on the case. First, they started with Alex Golub, Mark's good friend from basic training. For the most part, Alex said that Mark seemed completely normal throughout their friendship. However, there was one odd moment Alex mentioned that really stuck out to detectives.
Has Mark ever talked about killing people to you?
No, ma'am. Just the text that we did have. We were going to go spec ops together, and we were kind of looking at TAC B, and he mentioned in one of the texts that something like he'd be happy to get paid for killing people. Exactly. But I was just like, oh, I mean, that's kind of like a huge thing. It's just a weird thing to say, so I was like, oh, that's just huge. And also, you know, it's the enemy, so I mean, I don't really take it as like he's wanting to kill innocents. It's more like the enemy. Okay, these are exactly what you're referring to, probably. See that the highlighted conversation between you guys? Yes, ma'am. Is that what you were just talking about? Let's go TAC B together. Yes, ma'am. Do you have the one where it says yes.
Versus, I would like to get paid to kill people.
Right.
And I don't have the next page, but from what I recall of that conversation, you didn't say, "Whoa, man, that's weird," or you guys kind of just went on.
I think I just typed his name in all caps because that's what I would always say.
Okay.
If he said something just like strange.
While Alex laughed off Mark's comment, there's no denying that it's concerning. This text from Mark implies that he may have been harboring these sorts of morbid desires long before targeting Sasha.
Yeah, it's just Gooch.
It was about respect too. Like
Gooch.
one guy in our sister class, he had his feet up on the desk one day, and Gooch was like, "Oh, you should probably get your feet off the desk."
Mm-hmm.
And the other dude made a snarky comment like, "Oh, you're telling me what to do," kind of thing now.
Yeah.
And I could tell that Gooch got pretty mad at that. And I was like, calm down.
Okay.
From Alex's story about Mark, we can see some indications that Mark may struggle with anger control. The story is also indicative of excessive rigidity. People who are very rigid when it comes to social rules may often get into confrontations with others because they can't cope with seeing any rule-breaking behaviors they deem inappropriate. While this might seem contradictory at first, given the accusations against Mark, he may feel that the rules don't apply to him. This is a trait typically found in individuals with antisocial personality disorder.
How do you remember Mark reacting to stress?
Just stiff as a board, very disciplined. Never screamed back, never lost his cool, kind of thing.
Okay.
You'd see his face get red, but I thought he was just embarrassed.
Alex describes Mark as stiff as a board and mentions his face turning red. These traits, in conjunction with how we saw Mark acting during his interview, could be signs that he's emotionally cut off. This is another trait that's common among individuals with antisocial personality disorder and is tied to their overall lack of empathy. While these few indicators certainly aren't enough to give Mark a full diagnosis, they can give us some insight into how he might think. As investigators question those around Mark, they learn something very interesting that could blow this case wide open. According to Kemper Kepley, Mark's best friend at Luke Air Force Base, Mark had secretly kept a gun on base for several months. However, he'd recently given the gun to another friend to store off base. Detectives were quick to track this gun down and bring it in for testing, which showed that it was the same caliber as the bullet that killed Sasha.
I feel like talking to people's exes
while the police
is like
were
a
in
double-edged
possession of
sword,
Mark's
because
gun,
on one hand,
the case took a turn.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you could get somebody who just wants to throw you under the bus because they're your ex, so you kind of have to talk to them and like hear what they're saying and stuff, but kind of like get, you know what I mean? Like, take it into consideration. I hate when they talk about antisocial behaviors. Can we go back to the real stuff, like reading gestures, please?
None of the investigators were expecting.
Like, where they're like, oh, they said this, so it probably means this. It's kind of like nothing. But when they're like,
Gooch that said Mark Gooch had said that I could help him out with his possessions.
The detective is fine with Kemper working with Sam to get some of Mark's belongings. However, he does have one request.
He starts asking about the gun. That's what we want to know about.
Right. Okay.
And don't provide him any information that you know about the gun. If you can help that. So we're asking you not to do that.
Within a week of this call with Kemper, detectives were notified that Sam had reached out to Jeremiah Levesque, the last person who had Mark's gun before it was given to the police. While working with Jeremiah, the police listened in on a phone call between him and Sam, where Sam made plans to travel across state lines to Arizona in order to dispose of Mark's gun before the police could get it. In the call, Sam told Jeremiah, "Considering what's going on, if you're comfortable, I would say get rid of the gun any way you deem fit. If not, I will deal with it whenever I get there." Jeremiah was then able to arrange a meetup point with Sam where they planned to trade Mark's gun. However, unbeknownst to Sam, Jeremiah had been given a replica gun by the police, and officers were going to be covertly hidden around the meetup site, waiting to make their arrest.
Target just pulled into the second parking spot.
No problem. There you go, sir. Hey, move.
It's good. Hey, call it in.
I can't. My phone. Where's your phone? Shit. Target's getting back in his car.
Yeah, they're just like outside, like in a strip mall.
He has it?
Like,
let's go.
Sheriff's office, get out of the car! Get out of the car! Turn off the car! Step out now! Get your hands up! Step away from the car! Step towards me!
Step my phone.
Turn away from me now! Get on your knees! Get on your knees! Put your hands behind your head! Passenger, get out of the car! Passenger, in the back, get out of the car!
With their sting operation successful and Sam Gooch arrested, it was time for the detectives to find out why Sam was so set on disposing of Mark's gun.
Interesting.
Detective Troy Short was sent in to interrogate Sam, and he was immediately met with resistance.
You want to start from the beginning and kind of...
I believe you think I know more than I do, and
So explain what that means. You know what I mean? If I know more than you do, help me understand that.
I don't think this is going to be a productive conversation for me, and I...
Do you want to tell me about tonight?
No, sir.
Okay. If you want to tell me why you guys came
Hey,
halfway
other
across the
Gooch.
country to pick up a gun?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you understand why you're here in the room?
Yes, sir.
Here's the deal, Sam. A part of me even feels bad right now because, like I told you back in Wisconsin, you weren't a focus. You weren't a suspect. And now, because of some bad choices, you're in some serious trouble. Not as serious as Mark by any means. You know what I mean? He's in some serious trouble, and I tried to explain that to you back there. Is there anything you can do to help yourself right now, or help yourself out of this mess, or...
As much as I would like to, I frankly do not believe you have my best interest in mind.
It's called
And I do
Explore
not
with
think
Us. It's on
discussing
YouTube.
this with you would be helpful.
This channel.
While
Explore with
Sam
Us.
may be refusing to give the detective the answers he's looking for, he has yet to actually invoke his Miranda rights. Whether or not Sam knows this, refusing to answer a line of questioning is not enough to stop an interrogation and get a lawyer. We can see that Sam is being very cautious in how he responds to Detective Short. When he pauses to
I hate
take a
watching
sip of
interrogations 'cause
water
I
after
can't do
being
anything.
asked
Yeah,
a question,
I just hate watching it because I
it's
go like,
likely
I'd
that
fuck
he was
that up.
doing this
I'd
as
fuck
a
that up.
stalling tactic to allow himself time to carefully pick his words. Sam appears
Yeah,
to
his
have some
shirt looks
prior
like a
knowledge about interrogations,
2012
as he is
tattoo a
correct that
girl
the
would have.
detective doesn't have the suspect's best interests in mind. He appears reluctant to speak, as he likely doesn't want to incriminate himself or his brother further by saying the wrong thing.
Why did he call you for this extended period of time on that specific day? Specifically the day that he's under arrest for murder. You know what I mean? Extensive amount of phone calls that day. For elaborate amount of time. Completely outside the norm of you guys' normal communication process. Why are you in Arizona? Why did you fly halfway across the country? Why did you obtain a new phone with a new phone number to do this? Why
So
are you here to pick up a
sketchy.
gun that
He
you know
didn't even.
belongs to Mark?
It's
If you don't know,
like made himself look
what he
more
did, then why
sketchy by
would you do
trying
that?
to not be sketchy.
You know what he allegedly did?
Okay, I understand
Allegedly.
that. So you know he allegedly murdered somebody?
Correct.
Okay, so why are you picking up a gun that belongs
I think
to him?
he's got a different style because they've
Specifically, when
already
I told
got
you when I
like.
interviewed you back in Wisconsin,
It's not a.
do you know Mark has any guns?
It's like
And you're
now
like,
we already
no.
got shit. Like.
I don't think he's allowed to have one base. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So what's the deal?
I would like to collect all Mark's possessions as possible. If that gun is his possession, I would like to collect that as well.
Sam refuses to tell the detective why he tried to dispose of Mark's gun, but there are a few possible explanations. Mark claimed that Sam was his closest brother. It's possible that he called Sam and used their close relationship to convince Sam he had to get rid of the gun. Not because Mark killed someone, but because police thought he did. It's more than evident that Sam has a distrust of law enforcement, so it would make sense for Mark to prey upon this feeling in order to persuade his brother that if Sam didn't dispose of this weapon, the police were going to frame Mark for something he didn't do.
Thank you for the
It's
raid.
attempted destruction of evidence, attempted tampering with evidence, attempted hindering prosecution. I mean, there's 2 felonies in there. Like, this is a big deal. So do you want to help me understand it? Do you want to explain it to me? Do you want to...
I don't think so. What is next in this process?
The next part is you go down to jail.
Okay. The way I see it, talking and discussing this with you, we will only use it against me.
I don't like how this guy talks. Like, I feel like he feels like
and to
gaslighting.
further incriminate Mark.
Since Sam clearly understands how his words could be used against him, it's odd that he's still agreeing to sit here rather than asking for an attorney
He seems really
or outright
like I,
refusing
as
to
a woman,
respond.
would not like to have a conversation with him,
That
and
his
that's just
curiosity
purely
got the
based on
better of him,
vibes. But
and he wants to find out how much the detectives know about Mark's crime. It's also possible
creepy.
that Sam is
Also,
afraid and
I
feels
feel like
that
his
if he
hands are really cold, and that's not pertaining to anything. But I kind of feel like his hands would be cold, maybe a little bit clammy, you know.
at least agrees to sit in the interrogation room, he may be able to dodge the consequences of having helped Mark. With Sam's interview at a stalemate, the detectives are forced to look elsewhere for information. Throughout their entire investigation, the one thing they haven't been able to deduce clearly is motive. Was this just a random killing? Or was there something more at play here? While it's clear that Mark had some sort of grudge against Mennonites, it made no sense that someone with no prior criminal history would suddenly plan an elaborate murder 6 hours away from their home and target someone they'd never even heard of before. At least that's what Detective Nagel thought until she spoke with some Mennonites from Wisconsin and discovered that Mark's past wasn't quite as clean as it seemed. In a phone interview with Mark's former pastor, James Luke Martin, Detective Nagel learned that no one at Mark's former church was surprised to learn that he'd now been arrested in connection with such a heinous crime, as Mark had a reputation for taking revenge on others. Mark had also allegedly been involved in several robberies at the church.
Oh, Jesus.
When the church tried to punish him for his involvement, his parents stepped in and decided to leave the church for being too critical of Mark. However, this was not the end of Mark's criminal activities. While living with his sister in Pennsylvania, Mark was accused of stealing money from the local Mennonites. Soon after, everyone who accused Mark of stealing money discovered that their cars suspiciously stopped working. After investigating further, these Mennonites found that sand had been placed into the oil pans of their cars, causing their engines to stop working.
Sapphires.
While those affected weren't able to prove it was Mark who put the sand there, it doesn't seem like a coincidence given his interest in mechanics and apparent taste for revenge. Detective Nagel then spoke to Jonathan Martin, the son of Mark's pastor, who provided further examples of Mark getting caught stealing. Jonathan even said that when he was angry, Mark would prowl around the Mennonite community to see what he could find. After speaking with Jonathan's son, Detective Nagel learned that Mark had allegedly robbed the Martins' family store.
I used to have this phone. I used to have this one. This same one. It was a great phone. This is one of the best phones that had a slide-out keyboard.
However, charges were never pressed due to the fact that the store security camera had its memory card stolen, so there was never visual proof of Mark being the one who robbed the store. While there may not have been any evidence of Mark's involvement at the time of the robbery, Detective Nagel was able to actually find the security footage from that robbery on Mark's own phone, and it showed a man with Mark's height and build robbing the store. In one of the photos, a car that looked suspiciously like Mark's could be seen in the background. With these photos, Detective Nagel had what appeared to be tangible proof that these accusations against Mark weren't just hearsay. Eventually, the detective got a hold of Jared Ulrich, a man who claimed to be Mark's partner in crime in the past. Jared openly confessed to Detective Nagel about all the robberies he'd allegedly committed with Mark, and he described in detail how Mark would try to frame other people in the community for their crimes.
Makeshift-ass little
There
weapons.
definitely seemed to be evidence that Jared may have been telling the truth, as a series of texts were found on Mark's phone, all of which had been recently deleted. In these texts, Mark talked to Sam about Jared never understanding the real cost of getting caught. Mark then asked Sam to remotely wipe Jared's phone, something that he also asked Sam to do to his own phone after he fell under suspicion for Sasha's murder. While all of this information against Mark was damning enough, there was still one more disturbing truth to learn. Through many more interviews, Detective Nagel was eventually put in contact with Andrew and Galen Headings, a pair of brothers who were close with Mark during his time in Wisconsin. Andrew recounted a time where he had confronted Mark for stealing, and during their conversation, Mark was so cold and bitter that Andrew said he feared for his life. Galen had an even more disturbing revelation for Detective Nagel as he told her about Mark's alleged inappropriate actions towards women. According to Galen, Mark confessed to him that he had allegedly assaulted a young girl his sister was babysitting when he was around 10 to 13 years old. However, this claim has never been publicly proven, and there's no evidence of it being true. Still, with this information, it became clear that Mark always had the capacity to harm others, and allegedly had many times in the past. Mark's motive in harming Sasha was also more evident than ever. All the unfounded anger and resentment he had towards the Mennonite community had been steadily growing over the years, and as it did, Mark took his revenge against them further and further. Up to this point, charges had never been pressed against Mark, and he felt like he could outsmart anyone, even the police. With this misplaced confidence, Mark decided to see if he could get away with the ultimate crime, murder. It appears that Mark had gone to the Mennonite community that day in search of a victim, and tragically, Sasha was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Mark grabbed her from her car late at night and no one saw a thing. Still, that didn't prevent him from getting caught. Unfortunately for him, while no one had previously pressed any charges for his theft, the state of Arizona was more than happy to charge Mark for Sasha's murder and put him on trial. Mark's trial began on September 24th, 2000.
Oh. Damn. They really gave him the all high, no tight, and they... Jesus Christ.
2021. In January of 2022, the jury found Mark guilty on charges of kidnapping and first-degree murder, earning him a life sentence. For his help in covering up Mark's crimes, Sam Gooch pleaded guilty and received 3 years probation. With both Sam and Mark dealt with, Sasha Krause and her family finally received the justice they deserve.
Wow. Holy moly. That's scary. That's scary. Portgal was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Literally, actually, which is so terrifying because Emmy's the one that gave us that video because that's scary. 3 months probation for hiding a murder weapon. Yeah, that's wild, actually. Watch a video about an innocent person? I don't have any. I could find one. It would be interesting to watch like an interrogation of somebody that's innocent that gets convicted just out of... I'm just curious. I want to watch it, like, where it goes wrong, kind of. There's a good JCS of it. Oh, I met him in 2019. And then this happened when? I missed it. Can I link if I find a good one? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch any more tonight, but you feel free because I'm sure everybody else would. Early 2020. Ugh, he was charging his ult. That's so scary. What kind of Uncrustables did you order? I got strawberry and I got peanut butter and honey and I got Nutella. And my favorite one was the peanut butter and jelly, and then the Nutella one, and then the peanut butter and honey one. I wouldn't even say I liked it last. I didn't really like it that much at all. Didn't think it was that good. Not worth it. Not for me. Estimated 50 million active surveillance cameras in the US. Woo! That's wild. Yeah, I didn't get grape. I didn't know. I didn't know that it was so goated. I know. I said I was going to get Uncrustables and everyone was like, okay. And then I got them and everybody was like, you didn't get grape, you dumb bitch. And I was like, okay. Whoops. My B. I feel like this has been kind of a short stream. but I'm a little bit like brain rot today. And we did like an 8.5 hour stream last night, so yeah. Other flavors than PB&J? No. Grape tastes like peanut butter and jelly. Oh, shocking. This is shocking. So, once again, reminder, there's a section of the Discord called Mystery Game. Scroll all the way up to the top to see what to do. And I'm going to be doing a stream end of this week, probably Friday. It's going to be a fun little game. Fun little game. I'm kind of, there's already over 60. Cool. They may not all make them in, but they also might. I'm still kind of like brainstorming how I'm going to go about this. But it's going to be kind of like a D&D inspired game in a way. I don't really know what else to say there, but yeah. It's going to be something in that realm. So yeah. So go post your stuff if they don't make it in. Don't fret. But I'll try to make it so that I can put in as many in as possible. But I'll be live tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow yet. I'll come up with something fun. I would like to go do an IRL stream where I go try to practice roller skating, because I have these roller skates that I just got and I want to use them. So I need to go find like a skate park or something. I don't know if I would go crazy and like hit any crazy flips or anything, but maybe. Who knows? Roller skating could be fun. I have a helmet and I have elbow pads and I have knee pads and I have all that stuff. So, the Discord invite is invalid. Are you sure? Are you positive? Because nobody said it. Nobody said that before. I will do a somersault. Doing a somersault with the roller skates on would be... It would just be hard because your feet would weigh so much. They would like flop over. Should bring a stool down to the skate park to do... Yeah, that's true. That is true. Okay. I'm gonna get out of here. I got nothing for you guys. I got nothing. Tomorrow I'll come up with something fun. Just keep an eye on the Discord. Crime Night was really fun. Thank you so much for hanging out. This was really fun. It was a good thing. I hope you guys had a good time. We'll do Crime Nights more often. Like once every 2 weeks, once a week, you know? We could make it a weekly thing. My whole thing is I just feel like it's lazy, but it's fun. So at the end of the day it doesn't matter. I don't know, but it just feels kind of lazy, so don't do it. But it's great. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Let's go say hi to let's go say hi to why is Trey live? Trey's live.
Oh, Devourer.
Playing that vampire game. Krubs live. Scootish is live playing Hellblade. That's fun for him. Is he still... He's probably towards the end. Yeah, let's go raid Scootish. You guys can watch more Hellblade or whatever. No spoilers. And don't do the thing... Please don't do the, oh, this part coming up is really cool. Because that's kind of, like, worse, in a way, than a spoiler. Because then you're like, oh, well. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna try to fix my sleep schedule. But no promises! And thanks for urging me to get Uncrustables. I'm unfortunately gonna probably eat a lot of these in the next couple days, and I'm gonna feel sick, and I'm gonna be sad that I did it. Pissed off. They're so convenient. I don't even have to do anything. I don't even want to put it back in the freezer. I'm probably gonna eat like 2 more tonight. I don't want to do that. I made a salad for dinner because I wanted to eat healthy. It's so fucked up. You guys are preying on my downfall. you want another box. I'm not buying any more.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Keep doing awesome stuff. That goes for everybody in this audience.
Love you and love yourself. And the best thing in life, the key to life, is yourself.
You all do such awesome shit. Keep doing it. Keep going for it. Some of you guys are pushing hard. Keep pushing. You guys are fucking unbelievable. Keep going.